You haven't reached there yet. When you get there, you do so. A majority leader is a leader of the house. I stated it. Thank you very much. I stated it. But you are not the leader of the speaker. At least I have a position in Ghana. Number 3. Number 3 is not in government. No, I didn't say in government. I said in the country. That is what is your position in the country?
Unity, unity, and kabumkwa.
A means of identification, we will end up disenfranchising most of the people. And so for us, then we end up with what? We end up with what? This franchise. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. We know this
I don't take madness. I don't take so far, man.
Sungavodia, Menadao, Yadigana Bepiemu Abruchre, Open Sama Air Cosu, Efisema, Open Sam Air Cosu Ghana, and Unia, Babia Betiani Unity Radio, your chrome say,
I ask you to be citizens.
I ask you to be citizens.
Citizens, not spectators.
Citizens, not spectators.
Citizens, not subjects.
Citizens, not subjects.
Responsible citizens, building communities of service and a nation of character.
Responsible citizens, building your communities and our nation.
Ebehuru bebre, ebehim bebre, amanfo be tonton sansan, nanso menka na da, upe asenim kiremu dia, eno ane Unity Radio.
Hanan, whether we are continue or not continue, I've seen his performance as trade minister, everything, he deserves it, he can do it. I have seen Wachie Jaku is competent, he also do it. If you will be applied to the decided to never be, we will follow him. But I said, anyway, and not anyway, and continue, anyway, you say, what kind of stupidity is this? Why? I'm sorry, they applied themselves with knowledge, but they don't have it. You know, I can't say where and come there. A stupid statement of them are making. Say where and not I am man.
Masa enyo ho boga yo ho Ghana sanse kuntu hwa na chia na eko efisem hu hia papa ampa watena bro kirache de na eko so wunchi agira watia Unity Radio de an kan sanse timi na da edam framamu se yo Unity Radio killer bia dadi.
The CD is one of the best performing currencies in Africa this year. If somebody says the country is going back, and no na me dream who am mentiasi. I can't think far. I can't think madness.
Yeni Unity Radio and Kabomu ye.
Ghana yaya mobo do. Yet is the council is welcome there. Onyakupo mame kwana meba. Ye bani ama the sesa. Sande me nina. Ema sikano.
Bravo ne kan yo se ensem Paulo mo na fra na ku upe ensem eko twiko bata atie dia ene unia tie Unity Radio Worcester, United States of America.
Again, I remember the words Nana Akufo-Addo used for President Mills. So the Vice President now should also stop using that. Now President Akufo-Addo told President Mills, if the economy is broke, fix it. So Dr. Bawumia, the vice president, if NDC has collapsed the economy, fix it.
You are telling Dr. Bawumia?
Yes, we are using our own words.
You should fix it.
Yes, what we said to NDC. Nana said it. The president now said it. If the economy is broke, fix it. Fix it. They say, our own words, we are chewing it. Ghana for Tuaba Maya becoming himself, NDC for collapse the economy. So no theories anymore. They've given you the power. We don't want to hear that.
Anna da hono empanfo se enipa da sane hu donti anaboa kama di na chi kwa beso na nyansanfuo se yensem pa na apese wutie dia ene ya Worcester bonte so ha onua ya sanse Unity Radio ho na nsem no hwegu.
Look here, my friend, our problem is our leaders. You remember our great-great-grandmother? Yeah, Santwa. Did she depend on World Bank? Did she depend on Abrofo? She didn't. Right? And you change, Oduma Kuma Tradion Pong, Woso, Otutu Tata, you know, Baba Bibi Baba. You don't stand up for your rights. Democracy means if you do not criticize your condition, you understand, you're a traitor to the nation. Go see the council. Go see the people they got there. Dr. Kwame Naminimshi, he's there. Professor Dr. Mwasam Kwana Mishai, he's there. Dr. Professor Emeritus Kitwabiana Miredi, he's there. Nano Kuntumpo the first, he's there. You know, Evangelist, Bishop, Asorisi Kwana Miria, they are there. You know, they don't do nothing for you. We have no water. We have no light. Look, a small road they're building, they can't do it. From Accra to Kumasi should be a 4-lane highway. And I'll build it. Because I know how to build it.
Ane ye kaya yamwa se pimpim de he asetre sen mumusu da ya ehyenitirim mumutirim asem Unity Radio nkwa na enim Unity Radio ya jiba bia boso
Kwasi Nyantakyi banned for life for FIFA. Former boss of Ghana Football Association GFA Kwasi Nyantakyi have banned for life by the World Football Governing Body FIFA. A statement from FIFA said Mr. Nyantakyi has been banned for all football activities. Our own brother Kwasi Nyantakyi asamna ban ya enyame de krat me can be, but we have to see it's on no be a football park wa on katana ni wontwam okopembo amfo bia ho according to FIFA laws. Owu se nkofo bocha skela wontwam adie bia activities of game Kwasi Nyantakyi ni so ofa ho enso to ball man ba to ball against mra and said neba eke football asem no tie enso against mra ade bia ye ball enti said omo se kire kra sebe ne be ma ase no ade na ebobo ho mienu no se fe ne ball o dwale amount oche onhoro mfa side and side oso ball no mo against FIFA mra because eno so your ball Kwasi show hoden ne wi ase ebetimi atu bia nti ato wa Kwasi show hoden but the ham no wankata ball egu ase so on touch na ham Kwasi enya pe ehuhura ebejo Kwasi don't worry, okay?
Ghana way yedin sem panam enkabomu ye enunti ubetie Unity Radio enkabomu nko a
Wala to Masha mo ba no say ma wo so na mo fit ma ba betna.
Oh to me yedai asema na ba kan so na mo dia
ma bo bia
so ma no bo asema na ba kan so David ani mo so ya to
yo kan ko
ani me ka ho
o bo sha mo so show ho so me tiam o de be tia de be mu wo de na tie ntia mo mo bi ma
e mo we ni mo na ma ya mo ye ni so ti ya ba mo ye ni so ti ya ba mo
Mam eba na say
me kwa toilet ne so bla ye toilet bia ne krom ha say ana me se me kwa toilet ne me dua na blaze su ne ba bia me koto pa ho no so ba kan ha wone ye adan sa toilet de bia ene mema okoto so na be ma sesuni mo toilet kropa say krokaka ka nyina toilet ene afan ya wo hoyi ma ne mema nyina ne toilet ba ko so me kutu ya na so abakoto me nchen ade nchen na yesa eta me ne ko sa toilet ko no
de ese say me ko toilet so afo so de me e ba sa me so me nya dai o so me so tranchen na me so me ne na mo ko tonje ono nu afusi ade ma ba toilet so na me so me de me ba so toilet so ba ko be mi nyina mi ningum ho mi ni ningum za okwo to so ba no esinchen so ko te sa brim tua so ani
na se eduru bebe e me ma no mo hyeda e na mo hu se ma na ekwa na mo koso bi ana
dabi ebu ha o enza toilet se toilet bi kef du bu kef na na ba ni so na to so toilet de untimi ni ningum ho na wo se de okwo to bie
obi a toilet de wo de de na wa de koso na se toilet ne do
toilet de me ko akwa ni ya ya kef toilet de ye si bia ye bu de kef ni atare ntensi ndu bu kef na oba ne sisi we
na se mo kre ma ne ha bo
e ma ne ha ye what is your toilet so ye ba ko pe e fa ni nkwankwa ne o ba ko no oba si so no mema si so what is ndi toilet de enwum nkwa de enyina enwum nya ni abom comme nous besie abana ntima besi bia ma enum man ni sa
Unity Radio and Kabomu ye. Who say man no day? Man day ankasa. Unity Radio. Yabane yaba. Ba yawa. Yatin ken saying. Osumpa in a juma. Yanya tiesi comedy. Baby Unity Radio.
Asampa etia. Obanyansa foso wo munye won kana asam. Tema futu sam kakre wa supeme. Yo kofi omani ya woman. Omani ya mama. Bini baby ako watata ya wareni. Wonsom wanini pa asade pa wo fe oye. Yamo yembera ye ebe ya ifuyana.
Unity Radio, Manchester America. Who say one day akasa. Unity Radio, Yabane
Anopa Usima dun so ha Unity Radio 103.9 Anopa Bosuo bread send so do Anopa bro na hu nsema hwehwe agu apiepie ewo ye my guy no mpanyefo se ade akye ante asemfofra eyemusuo eno nti ade akye bi ebeti asemfofro na asemfofro nso besi de Unity Radio will be here to update our viewers and listeners, of course, to know what is especially prevailing in our part of the world where Manu Jobeka say twa ne funuma ehye. Ghana is the country of our birth. Arope yamamu nyina che yamamu ha yamamu ajo in your respective time zone. Enche ho ne di bro bibia. Ye dia seda kase ma Rich Way Auto School na daruma and anopa bi o metumi di motivational message bremo. Dan Auto Repairs we me akohwe weather report no. Sports will be brought to you by Big Olu Asamas Trading Super Cleaning Services owned by Isaac Jamran, of course. The indefatigable Anochi Krum restaurant. Yefru na ya behwe political discussions no na edru hon so ide asada kese be ma Danko African Market, KM Raf Roofing, Rashida Financial Services, and of course Vernon Women's Health Services at Dr. Kwame Amponsa edano na edru bra mo a dwumadie ne yamodia ye jai phone in segment no dia mamono so a na nyumaku akese mienu na bia barbering salon ene Anochi Trading ene Anochi Cold Store omuso asom na omo abie phone lines no na mo a Ghana yemodia oman ne yemodia program yemodia radio ne yemodia monsomo de mo adwenkyere ede aba se ye hia adwada anopa ebenada anopa kopim fiada anopa se a onim so po national mintumi mba without my Lieutenant General Manucho Magandi Gaucho Margarita La Molina Mempeme ho asem Worcester, Massachusetts, the Working Encyclopedia, and as I say mame yade ba kwa beka ho manlo ozeden Manovia you follow the man with multiple names the man with multiple names na ene Manucho enya na damfo bi a medina bafia also no na na ye adwuma o EIB, right? Yes your friend no Elizato ne ho esre pa
he can give you 100 proverbs in a minute once you have time. Once you mention his name, he just gets the with ginger no more proverb on proverb, and some of them are very fascinating.
Yeah.
Okaba could be a miniature home papa pesa obo.
Debele bi pesa o kan. So aka bebre.
Waka bebre me ba could be a pesa wo bo.
Eno ne de.
Somebody and them mama foforo.
Ne mama foforo.
Yo. And the enco but sorry to say ache. You know we are preparing ourselves. We are gearing ourselves to the 18th of July. 18th of July. Be pay assembly no be odoyen. E so we say baby shower ne baso. Me no po ya bom. Yenya ya bom ye kora baby ne ya yeba. Yo just say me you do final gate in them tina bontin am twa man ko me remu bi. But wait to me akoyeba. I mean you've taken advantage of the COVID.
Makoyeba say.
Wakoyeba. Na twini en kanisa. You've made a baby boy.
Oh okay.
Yeah, you are
I was machining children.
Bese mu say na Bible canon. Yeah, Abraham knew his wife. Bible kasakwa. You knew your wife.
Abraham knew his wife.
Not just and they bore a son.
Not just say Abraham ehu ne yire
na mo Bible.
Na ehu yire de na mo ko.
Exactly. It's interesting. But Bible use kasakwa there, so I want to use the same.
Tete bro for ne more din. So we are ram kama. We are to Musa kwala kra. We call Sunday school. No one here catch no. What your sense no what your son tells of any sir. Because the Bible say Abraham hu ne yire no Isaac. Abraham knew his wife and bore Isaac
and begot a son called Isaac. Into the same way you knew your wife, and you are going to bore us a beautiful, bouncing, brave baby boy. I'll get him all the B words. By the time he lands, I have to get 25 adjectives in the name of B for him. Until 18th of July, well, ISW Indian Center. You invite you be a pay us. Yeah, dofo, yeah, and yeah, tampo, yeah. Those who love us, I mean, I don't believe I have enemies. I have critics.
Yeah,
people criticize me, so I need them there. Obiambra, prove to us that you are lovers of us. Until 18 July, meet us at the Indian Center between 4 to 12 midnight, 4 p.m. to 12 midnight.
Yeah,
come and do everything you want to do. I have a lot in stock.
You'll be there, right?
They are secrets. May never be brave. May never be personally.
David Agbenega can just watch out. Now, Obebaho.
Exactly. I want to meet him.
He cannot wait to meet you.
Exactly. I have a lot. I mean, come, let's have a beautiful discussion. It's a brotherly, it's a family meeting. Once I can say a family meeting. A new family member joins all the time. It's more like it's more like a unity meeting, but with an agenda and purpose of a baby shower. The Opoba. But Yaman and I say, engine jam and I start saying making babies for Worcester. It's a prelude. I want to start, but I want to show how. I want to show how.
You want to see how?
Yes, I want to see how. Because I want to be sure how. And then I'm fixated.
And why overly? Meaning so L is out to dean into
I know, but I say me we say your chest and people get about 20 minutes late, and it's coming from preparation here because I say your money yeah fine join us on the 18th of July. I mean say na mo ye mami kan kaliba mo ye mami we be me make bia mo so
kaliba dey so mo ye ma omo ho because kan kaliba no bo amanfo no
omo ye mami but they gained, they did it for me but they are inadvertently gained apparently.
I understand your
virtually point apparently inadvertently. It's just a remnant. The residue got into their loins. But ultimately, 18th of July. Okay. We are so close. We are so close. I mean, the next barely a month. In German, say 3 weeks.
Okay.
You don't have any excuse not to be there.
Okay.
Come and join us. I'm still on the highway. I'm here. It's what 10. Since I'm number 2. Join us on that beautiful day. I mean, you don't have any reason to not to be there. Come and join us. We are family. It's a family meeting. Your friend
Manucho Maganda will be unveiling his dance.
Yes, I will be unveiling.
Oh, Mamiaba, I knew if you were here, you would have definitely been there. Mamiaba say, Opo, I'll be there.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mamiaba, I wish. David is say, I don't know. Or say I'll be there live. Or say Woba or no. Mubedi asa. David Asadi Oba. Baby shower national so ne Manucho be dia asade ambacho prepare because Manucho nimsa
me sarof kroma olupene to me just because he has a
better Manucho so kaka so olutu dia Worcester for because uni masa
so ne fusun ba me funsun don ne
oluti
oh yeah ba no ne fotu the east ice bia won metu e na me sua kan e bia me de cotton wo be she me funu ma ka se ne de na me de olu skills bia nti come there me edom ne body am
old school bi na no on me ne amankwankwa na wo clip no na da be release no
Osa
Ada ebe release clip no.
He can take you from the 70s to the 2000s. That's how well he dance. Me who dominate the Amameje Mark IMC no, and I have a lot to tell. And you're radio friendly. Oba hon ma me release. I'm a punch on punch. Every statement will have something for you to carry home. If you join us, let's celebrate. I mean, Makwalanu before Beba you asking, but say we start Jenatum. And he's made before he comes. Munjoinie. I mean, on ISW, Indian Center, on the 18th of July, 4 p.m. to 12 midnight. We will be there. I will be there. Everybody will be there. Everybody who loves us will be there. Come, let's have a discussion. Make Gina Gate so that we can have a beautiful discussion. We have a good one. We can have a good one. Team, no Ludia dancing competition. No Lunesa. The best dancer in Worcester against me. But some
catch many a man kwankwan na olu clip bi. Yeah. Birthday party called last Sunday.
Hey,
olu clip bi ayo. Onim say wo.
I see. And then say I am from mom secret.
No, you blackmail no.
Okay.
You pesca ni akoyi a chense maza. The video is still here.
It's still here. Ben, remember the video? RMV.
Unyes can be video as na ye no. We are not akoche no.
Let's show us RMV. You know, remember the video.
Remember the video.
Remember the video.
Also commercial na American or say does daddy know he's here?
Yes.
Nana bakra my milk.
Nunu milk.
Nunu milk. Does daddy know he's here?
Because he wanted more milk. Join us at the Indian Center on the 18th of July, 4 p.m. You don't have any reason whatsoever not to be there. We've given you enough notice. You love us. You listen to us.
I wish Nanaba would be here. Nanaba say Obeba. Yes. Can Nanaba Nanaba officer there can be 2 tickets gram.
Yes, because a surprise package. I would love to meet her in the studio. Yeah, from sports all the way through. Yeah.
Sports
She's deep. Oh, she's 4 times deep. 4 times. I'm just 3 inches deep.
Timakacha man kwa say olu video na e won omo ho ban.
Yes.
Because he hear me pa. Sa video no ye be didi ho ache. Unzo ade bi ho a wunya Yes, ye did do
exactly. He has a unisex salon or unisex sex salon. Timpeseme call na jamako tsutani amaka crabo mebo.
Sex
everything. Yeah, because there's middle sex, unisex.
Okay, yenti enemia story bi a opa ma opa.
Exactly.
Na story nene say mebo El Lizato a teaser now also open mebo. Yes. But before I do that, mama quick headline way.
Exactly.
The chief who has 47 wives and 240 children.
That's my mentor right there. 47 wives and 200
over 240 children. Nema.
Ono ankasa na atumi make it
240.
Wow.
And now what year no 47.
Opo, I nearly celebrated you, but brother, I have
country sao hene no also.
Beside the sanke bia Baghdad and I say we Misrata. Ghana 47 wives.
The 47 wives.
Concubines cry and can say we can wives we.
Yes, wives.
240.
Sorry, no femi meka.
On for girl and so warm. So I know who I know wow. But whichever way 47.
Mami Aba says preparations on the way. Very soon you'll be in America. I can't wait to see you, Mami Aba.
Yes. I'll love to be in the studio.
The man has a chief. 47 wives.
47
and then 240 children.
It will be interesting to know a lot. Give me more about him.
And I know see when now okay say wa worry I also fulfill Bible.
Yana
took 20 mid
90 when for every 20 year old
24 25
fresh blood.
And I say where my Bible I confirm Bible.
When so this chief will be very wise. I'm sure the wise will go to him to seek counsel.
Na ne yere nom kasai.
Yes.
Almost see and ne man penny for be almost say ye be to about Ghana. The man is camping.
Exactly.
Because village now one Nabusia for if you are able to woo the father, it means already no who about to say 240 votes.
And no cry on no mao until the man cross into eventually we share the family tree now is more than 1,000. He's what and he's a chief of a village.
Yeah, chief of a village.
Wow. This man is very wise. Say and after me GD
David Agmanyanga says mami aba nya ona abekwa akofa no ono be receive no.
Oh yes, we receive another abrem na me mo.
David be say ono na be host no.
Yes.
Nya una omba ho.
But seminar okay. Na say wa worry there.
Wano na funfun.
Na David don worry there.
So na dey o worry out me receive ho fie.
Oh, mo pe bibia ka.
Adwen be na about him.
Na say be ma da adwumbani bo trim da on ye way. He freely he receives, freely he gives. I have to exactly. I have to be worried.
Okay.
But it will be good. It will be good. I mean, the number you love to see you here.
Yeah. So Ohinena were 47.
Yes.
And then he has 240 children.
Kids. I mean that man would be wise. After me, Jerry said Solomon might have done 300 for real. If man we were Ghana has which may make 47 wives and it will be interesting how he's able to
the story will be unfolded
but tactics how he's able
almost
to
so much share the wives have spoke almost so much share
yes
it's your babia call or 3 days so unya access to the manor or 3 days.
Wow. And this man energy is sapped in 3 days. You have to do all the skills and acrobatics, you know.
Yeah, if you get access to the man, you have 3 days.
If by 47 it's just when you have 3 days it will take you about 3 to 4 months and so we say and all the time this man must be up and doing. And easy. But I mean it's interesting.
And Peace FM for news item be on the almost say they spoke with Dr. B or also I research say sex more prolong age.
Oh, of course. I mean
you know, and then other research will tell you do more sex, you get stroke. I don't know how the scientists sometimes what to believe and what not to believe. You know,
I agree. Research there, it's always based on you. We might have made a basic.
But we are researcher. We be connected so we be connected to David Modi.
Oh yes,
I will say the neurons can.
Truth is that there should be moderation, but it should be more. We are more. We be nyache, now be smart, now be wise and so. I mean, sex is good. There's a reason God made this thing hang freely outside the body. The stick. What call marriage cancer? Make a child say Kadjon so anke be dot be na point. But the only reason it hangs outside the body is that it should enter a place. The only reason women have it as a whole is that something must enter there. Into virtually, when the age is prime and proper, you have to be using it all the time. I say it's sharp. Internet dear public. I mean that research them I I can't say me way.
Okay.
Me patent not just I am exactly. But congratulations to this man. I mean 47 wives, 240 kids. It's no joke. He should be awarded. He should be in the Guinness Book of Records. Oh, at least if not for the whole world, for Africa there. He should be in reckoning. He should be in contention.
For Pope John Paul the future starts today, not tomorrow. And to start your future today. The future starts today, not tomorrow. How you plan well today determines your better tomorrow. Your future starts today, not tomorrow.
It's the best, one of the best I've read. Some of us know it's late. You don't say you're procrastinating. Oh, me do this age and may say, but whatever you see happening today was planned 20 years ago. The enjoyment you are enjoying today because you took a wiser decision about 10 years ago and 15 years ago. The worst situation you are facing today is a decision
you made some years, some months ago.
The good thing about life is that it's never too late to start all over. Until you can equally forget the past and keep, because once you have life, you have it all.
Yeah,
that ends it all. Especially unless you are for religious reasons, there's life after death. But somebody we need any be there. Make the decisions today. Men can say, "Me try me be 50 and my quiet nurse and my bad nurse now." No, the time is now. When you're 40, when you're 30, when you're 20, take the decision today. 5-10 years from now, na many obi na say, oh, Tony Fien, we you can you imagine? I'm catching say 30 years now, obi to me any.
Yes, sir. It came like mortgage, no, exactly, yeah, mostly 30
around 91. Or just say, oh, it's far away. Ghana near Kabish in 2020, Bish in 2015, Bish in 2030. They are pounded that. So whatever is happening today, in 10 years, so much can happen in 10 years. Nothing can happen. So make the decision today. Determine whatever will happen in the future.
David Agbanyaga, Ese Manucho, you are good in biology and mathematics.
Yes,
so, I see he's married with 4 boys. David, 4 boys.
Oh, then I'll let you.
Mami Abasi, too much of everything is bad. You need to be moderate about it.
Yes.
At a stage, he doesn't have to do anything. The little sweet will do all the work. Or say at some stage.
Yeah.
You don't have to do anything. The little sweet.
And this man, I'm sure variety. The first wife will be maybe old, maybe like 60. Young one, maybe 14 years. The story is not expensive. I took a quick glance at it.
Yeah.
And it's expensive. My mom in age, and age.
Interview.
Yes.
But the audio video, if you can watch the entire clip,
I'll watch it.
You get the entire details you desire.
What is more motivating than a man who has married 47 wives and made 240 kids and living healthily? And
okay, mami mo L is that so open mami mo man afi ento anyu
L is that
the world greatest philosopher, the walking encyclopedia. L is that to drop the fire.
If you didn't marry the girl you spoiled, you will definitely marry the one another man spoiled. Remember, Romans chapter 6 verse 2 says, God will repay each person according to what they have done. I have never seen a handsome mathematics teacher before. They all look like quadratic equations. Even if sense and wisdom is falling like rain, African leaders will still use umbrella. By the time you buy a car, they will be wanting those with private jets. My brother, you can never satisfy women. Girls used to stay at home and cook like their mothers. Nowadays, they stay outside and drink like their fathers. No woman can control me. No woman can control me. But once she says, go and lock the door, you fly like a bird. When your man is angry and shouting at you, just take off your clothes. Men don't argue with naked ladies. Once a girl enters your room and see plasma TV, decoder, laptop, fridge, AC, microwave, and foodstuffs, my brother, believe me, a serious relationship has just started. A man can be in UK and not okay. He can live in US and still be useless. All good things come from above, not abroad. When you start behaving like ECG in a relationship, don't complain when your partner finds a generator. A jealous demon may appear as a supportive angel. An open enemy is better than a false friend. Some black women think having a big ass is a career. Beyonce's net worth is $850 million with 22 Grammys and over 100 million album sales, and still forgive Jay-Z when he cheats, and you with only 2 panties won't make us rest. I think it is time for us to start dating by qualification. We cannot have a degree and get heartbreak from an ordinary SSC holder is highly unacceptable. My brother, relax. That girl you are begging to accept you is also begging another guy not to leave her. We are all beggars. Thank you very much, my brother Ricky.
Thank you very much. I mean, everyone can be assessed. Exactly.
David Agbenyaga has already requested for me to send him the audio.
You see, it's interesting. When she's telling you that good night, I'm sleeping, she's testing another man that I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Can we chat?
Oh, mama, yeah, I choked.
Yeah,
oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
you know who gave me this audio?
Tell me.
I
have a lot. I'll be compiling them for you. He has more than 500 proverbs. And you see, and I like that one. You have only 2 panties. You can't forgive a man.
Oh, Jawazam. No 2 panties. He was just being sarcastic here.
No, but that's the point. You can't, meaning that you are not too rich.
I see why Jay-Z.
Beyonce.
Yeah,
yes.
The net worth $850 million.
Yes.
And award 20 Grammy.
22 Grammys.
20. Was it 20?
20.
I thought he said 20 Grammys. 20 Grammy awards. And I said, no, 20.
Yeah. But don't worry. They are asides. You don't need to get
hey, El Lizato. Also, yeah, Juma Bushia FM. I'll start to play drive. I'll find El Lizato and interview him maybe in one of the evening shows.
Once you can say El Lizato, he will give it to
you. The things we just keep flowing.
Exactly. Unless till he thanks you. Now, what I like about him,
but this, this is irony of life. And you know, the lady you are begging
to be with
you is also begging, and we are all beggars.
You see, and I just forgot.
Let me go over it one more time, so maybe you can get all the glimpse.
The world's greatest philosopher, the walking encyclopedia, El Lizato, drop the fire.
If you didn't marry the girl you spoiled, you will definitely marry the one another man spoiled. Remember, Romans chapter 6 verse 2 says, God will repay each person according to what they have done. I have never seen a handsome mathematics teacher before. They all look like quadratic equations. Even if sense and wisdom is falling like rain, African leaders will still use umbrella. By the time you buy a car, they will be wanting those
sense and
they all look like quadratic equations. Even if sense and wisdom is falling like rain, African leaders will still use umbrella. By the time you buy a car, they will be wanting those with private jets. My brother, you can never satisfy women. Girls used to stay at home and cook like their mothers. Nowadays, they stay outside and drink like their fathers. No woman can control me. No woman can control me. But once she says, go and lock the door, you fly like a bird. When your man is angry and shouting at you, just take off your clothes. Men don't argue with naked ladies. Once a girl enters your room and see plasma TV, decoder, laptop, fridge, AC, microwave, and food stuffs, my brother, believe me, a serious relationship has just started. A man can be in UK and not okay. He can live in US and still be useless. All good things come from above, not abroad. When you start behaving like ECG in a relationship, don't complain when your partner finds a generator. A jealous demon may appear as a supportive angel. An open enemy is better than a false friend. Some black women think having a big ass is a career. Beyonce's net worth is $850 million with 22 Grammys and over 100 million album sales, and still forgive Jay-Z when he cheats, and you with only 2 panties won't make us rest. I think it is time for us to start dating by qualification. We cannot have a degree and get heartbreak from an ordinary SSC holder. It's highly unacceptable. My brother, relax. That girl you are begging to accept you is also begging another guy not to leave her. We are all beggars. Thank you very much, my brother Ricky.
Yeah, he chose to.
We are all beggars.
Yes,
That was the last one, right?
Exactly. That girl you are begging to accept you is also begging a guy not to leave her.
Not to leave her.
That's
We
the
are all
paradox-
beggars.
paradox
That's
of
why
our time.
Mami Abba say this is irony of life.
Yeah, paradox of our time. It's never been a fair world. I mean,
I think El Lizato, he says it all.
Oh yes, and you see
Some of the things that's agro, but he's really. I'm already in love with this guy. I have to find him.
Proverbs in one basket. So this one has to do with women, love, men, and he can give you another whole set. I mean, he's been doing this for long. I mean, away. As a majan wabako being so trendy.
I see no woman can control me.
Yeah.
But when she asked me to close the door, you fly like a bird.
Exactly, you fly for it. And if
and a man, you see, or to be my phone.
Yes, yes.
A man can live in UK and not be okay, and live in the US and be useless.
I mean,
all things come from abroad.
Yes,
from above, not abroad.
Yes, yes.
That was a very powerful one. That resonates with some of us in abroad.
Yes, living abroad, I agree. Some people, you just ask them, why not doing this, why not doing that? I mean, they just have no reason.
We just take advantage for the fact that we live abroad.
Exactly.
You know, in the end, some of us tend to get to Utisagana Nibi Akoda your friend is a nursing home. Utisagana Nibi you homeless. Now a young one, you know, sometimes so I think we need to take some clue from
because
some of these things.
They get overexcited, they are abroad, and that is all.
Chilling without preparing ourselves for the
every
future.
Weekend, be on took our 4-5 hours to New York just to go and have fun and come. It's good once a while, but when your daily routines are, you end up, because there's no free lunch abroad. You know, I will chase the council there. A limitation. A na go peak na sound drop it because you can't have all your strength forever. And last time I said, after 40, you lose 1% of your strength every year. El Lizato, you working encyclopedia. He owns it. He owns it more.
My brother, we are all beggars.
Yeah, we are all begging. We are begging somebody somehow.
The Eric Kwacho hene Obana Eric Panacho se mawinjano no.
Exactly.
Obano so pa bema bi acho se ma bema no so
njano. I mean, at the end of the day,
and Obana pacho bema so pacho.
We are all beggars.
We are all beggars.
We are all begging some way somehow.
Now the can back politically resonating with me.
Yes.
say
sense and wisdom.
Or see if sense and wisdom is raining is raining.
Yeah, should be raining. The African leaders will
say African leaders, they will switch in here.
Yeah, will still use
because they don't want to get the sense and wisdom.
Exactly.
That was a very powerful one.
And I agree. Sometimes I wonder personally, my travel from the far east to the far west, I wonder how our leaders think. We have everything, everything to make Africa a beautiful place, but I don't know the people and the leadership. But you see, once you get one revolutionary leader, things will change. All it had to do was a Kigami on the African continent. What's the change? Be someone say, "Anna, yes, Africa, then your mentality, blah blah blah." But the same Africans go abroad and they are able to fit in and provide a lot of services outside there. You see, I think sometimes, and then let me take Captain Smart to be about gold reserves that make countries great. And Ghana, as much as you have all the reserves in terms of Eshe from the Bebre, but the reserve and to me and do even 20 metric tons. I mean, this is what we are talking about. When countries like US now, they don't move over 8,000 metric tons. A ton is worth about $45 million. See, that is money. So much more damn poor. That is what they will use. And America is considered great because some more all the gold reserves. I had a ball. UK, they don't even announce it. They only mention one vote, which has just about 18,000. In Canada, no, 18 metric tons. I mean, people can help me with those figures. So sometimes I wonder how our leaders think. They run, they rush, they kill, they maim just to have the power. Then you decide that, okay, I'm traveling and I can't do commercial because I'm a president. For the most expensive near there. Sometimes I work on Nigeria, they have similar traits to Buhari, came full of prospects. But summit, I saw a video about display of private jets on the back. Ronnie said, there
was a story on that.
Yes,
You could see
African
countries display private jets.
Private jets, I mean, coming to discuss the problems in Africa. Sometimes we forget that they are even the bigger problems too. But Lizato couldn't have said it any better. When you have a chance to be in two places at the same time,
and Raminim said, when we were about to finish the show,
yes,
a report came out from child rights International. Yeah, Child Rights International say Ghana mabunu Ghana nkwala say nkwala omunye ni mfie edunso.
Yeah.
Say omu dru mfie aduonu a ombepe se omu nyina ombe dey. Ombe free Ghana.
Oh yeah.
55%. Ntimeka se omu nyina because majority of them they say they want to leave the country.
Exactly.
Why?
Given opportunity.
Why? Because they say they want to seek greener pastures. There is no hope. And kwada omunye nimfie omu peke ages from 11 to 15 or 11 to 17.
Wow. So
we'll be getting into the report.
These are kids who are not even formed.
The future,
they've not even gotten into their formative years.
The future core of the country for the foreseeable years to come. Ebi ayen can say within the next 20 years, within the next 30 years.
Anopa is serious.
Omu be share Ghana so ne say omu nya kwanya omu be tu afri Ghana betna bruchiri because and that so ni omanimu which transcends and goes back to Elizato Asemano can say when sense and wisdom is raining, it's pouring like rain. African leaders will still use umbrellas.
Yeah, so that doesn't touch their heads.
And
come
you know, common sense, any wisdom, no?
Yes, and sometimes the eagerness
that was very powerful
to defend. I don't know. So now there's this story about Kenoforiata Corp.
There's another brother, was Paul Sapon. Paul. I mean, Paul. Is that? My akonta Yvonne Kunupola na Paul text me, let me know because me Paul Sapon for people on Facebook, so let me know the type of Paul Sapon said we am akonta Yvonne Kuna, because I know sir your picture is not also showing, so I don't see you. Kofi Asabre Nana Asabre so chai Nana Asabre to the bedi of Ghana.
Yes,
I wish I was in Ghana 26th of June.
Exactly we will be there.
What you be Saturday we are by
of July.
July. Oh, okay, July, yeah. Only a month
June, sorry. This month,
June
this month,
July.
Yeah. 26th of June.
So what do we June.
Yeah. Say you do 26th of June.
Yeah. Saturday.
Me fly now by junior.
Yes, June the another say Saturday. And Paul
26 June, Saturday 26 June, 10 a.m.
Nana Asabre to the bedi of Ghana.
Yes.
Nyame ya dumama yenya e baba fefe baka Asabre busuano.
Yes.
Na Eric say message no me kan bi na me
can have to go and visit Asabre. She has a very beautiful wife.
Na so me no ko Ghana.
Yeah, me hu maka.
Ye Kotna Cultural Center okay sport nation. Did we not go with
you? No. Me call Asabre Field na me ko hu no. I didn't go to a cultural center with you and the wife.
Me no call Ghana no.
No, Asabre them no share just about one, so you could turn Knox.
Oh, you could do a hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, many Isaac.
Yes.
Isaac, I don't for your program. What I window.
Yes.
Or call Ghana. Many Isaac. Many Isaac near Asabre.
Yes.
Yeah, and Kotna.
Yeah, but I know this lady.
And Kotna. Asabre, Culture Center. Sport be a music Kumasi and a boss of Pana, dear Kotna, your frozen for holding bra. Yeah, and near Kotna.
Oh, okay.
Asabre the message, but I'll read it. Eric, the your basho is on Tokwankwa. Or the message, but now kind obidia. Obi or her, yeah, discussion, ya queen. And you panic or the abano connect to what we are discussing, the story. Intimidate kind, but I'll go back and read all the other messages.
Well, I require chairman or chairman of this noble institution. Said there we can't go past your message. Oh, yes, I mean.
Messages
your Russian tanker is made and built. I mean, I had a wonderful session with him over the weekend. I mean, I've always come back. I mean, it was a haven. I mean, we had the best of moments, and I'll use this opportunity to say thank you. Thanks.
Nana Asabre say,
yes.
Ghanaians are quick to blame our leaders, but the average Ghanaian thinks it's a crime to do the right thing. Ghana has a very long way to go with the kind of mentality we have. The average Ghanaian endorses criminality.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one I agree. I always tell you that I agree to fix yourself, but it shouldn't be made the main focus.
Oh, okay.
Once you fix the system, people can be fixed. The average Ghanaian can easily adapt to changes. So say Obi Oduabruchia Only some could so baby, but do Ghana the next moment because baby says
law enforcement should be their priority.
Baby says I'm going to make call Kumasi and say I just said me quite funny idea. Sometimes that's what they claim. Me cry manumi swewe me cry when we mark away kejetia. There are no proper dustbins to dispose them near. You see, they begin to give some reasons. But Chroma, they are New York now. You see them, they will be putting
New York. I have a beer.
Last time I say me, me babe catch you sometime. No, see you. I say crying shed and CC. That's been which I agree. No, I say near because
downtown near the
yes, but walking through near and shed and your common what I say sir, which I agree. Initially, they were not here.
The entire Chroma downtown.
Yes,
more. The entire Hano. That's been to say be our Mr. Danso Kwan so
yes, all the way.
And they say people drive more.
Exactly.
People drive more.
Exactly why I am.
Yeah.
I want to drive the point to that. Initially, I said no chance of Worcester, but like where people are populated, dense, people walk all the time.
Yeah,
which I agree in principle, says sanity. But KJT and I
didn't drive what to say Anano Payse. Yes, Maybe studio no. Now me di banana. Right.
Yes.
Nti medi kwadunu wie na medi gu car no nti mi see no na me sisa kwadunu na medi be gu trash more ewa ha it won't ha no you drive more until you can make trash in your car and you do a bia but New York is more of public transport because me cause New Yorkers be manucho 19 it's one of the reasons I've always maintained is that
we don't maintain
New York bronzo
yes
massa upie car ebi mutumi kwa adwuma ba no mo down mo come
yeah no I'm told
because parking is very scarce
obi tuna okosha on won tubium the whole night
me see me koya obi wedding MC obolo phones obi onimobo me ko di 3 days wo New York and I dey car coin massa bra me brain no so the only thing that helped me was say because me na me a visitor and na me da hotel it is anytime I say me call obolo hono before I get there no I pay baby mama and so no the car me kwa no tuni car no
I'm told I have friends that said dimpa
I saw people
sleeping in their cars
we walk about double waba o te car ni mo omutimi tena mo car mu twen say obi betu obi timi tena no wada
be 2 a.m. or be 6 and when you're parking.
That's why the New Yorkers, most of them don't difficult
and you can't leave your car there too. Would jams your baby too.
There's them now. Okay, into what team what they do is our team and the advance says our team now be bana ya no wo ben pepe not just we move akwa chi se bi o block ko na no ko wi anu asa
the frustration we are talking about frustration.
New York
there are more cars than parking because abroche there to get access to a car then share that anybody, any average person wants a car can drive. And I understand why parking there is huge.
New York parking there. Obi a unpacking or baby are not no. Or the car ni could see actually.
Exactly. And
no one antibet is a 25 minutes.
Winter.
Abafi.
Summer they can exercise, but winter. Cold winter. 1st January near the Christmas Day. Now they could see baby. Now on the cross. I just say to car and them. They went to can in terms of New
York tough.
Oh yes. But they are living the dream too. I mean,
no, the people love it. I mean, it's a nice place to live. But I'm talking about also when you live that Worcester life now.
Yes.
Baby is Virginia near I think it should be okay.
Yeah, Virginia.
Because Virginia,
okay.
But New York, so it's not Worcester cha. You need a big mind and determination
to stay in
and no focus out there. You don't want to even and that's why New Yorkers should also get more money. As well to save car. Because once you are car insurance, you don't do car payment. Most of them don't drive, and that saves them a lot of money too.
Train buses. No,
but the other side, the few that drive, almost break papa before parking. Almost break.
Now, all families do that. You need to drive. You can't.
You need to drive. You know,
a difficult situation. I have some few friends there.
I just New York and Gasankasa place. Me kokoda. Na me kwa. I mean, you could be for business. So called partner asamba. We start to New York just 2.5 hours.
Wow,
you are back.
So far.
You know, but me could do 3 days or hot kekeno. Many former commercial something to goalkeeper friends say.
What's that with you?
No. Oya Kremoni. Is it Mohammed Alasa? Yeah, I think it's me when no timene no bolo body no and another times me no money too quite come ni faxia ko boy nya yeah only mutala Mohammed mo time no yeah
the time
omo nyina no mo ye me namfofo so I go me ko to no ho
okay
yeah me na na mode and all catch them or say Charlie the way we suffer here self sometimes okoye adwuma ba now to come because obi ntu ya unya baby mpake
yeah I'm told.
And you can so win your packing as say be quite errand quick go town bar. And so maybe son said then what is the essence of owning a car? Exactly. Because sometimes there's all pack a car no. Now it's a full bus and a train and a taxi and the errands because all two car now. Oba, just expect yourself to be in the car within the next
anywhere less than 1 hour there. You can't move your car. So the idea is that you lose the space. Oh, this is already 5 hours, 6 hours there, you can risk it because it's not quite a no man's land. Parking them
no we are not busy.
My margin said I'm not sure they will even give reserve parking for anyone. God will tell you that
no.
We bet you your grandfather.
Yeah, no.
All play all. I say yes, Konja. You want trains will be bad now.
Okay, my main message is in Eric and Zama to chat here. And Pajan is another Mike Tyson. I'm Francis Punamani crying the first message by.
Yes.
Me money didn't cry. Menchiano cry. And so Francis and the coin. Eric had the message by even Ken Fredericks in Germany cried the message by Eric. So Eric Bakuntokwa.
But my manager, me bias man.
Madam show you some bias.
Me dem your bias. Manager say all kind of message. Me bias man.
Na Ken Fredericks
he's my brother. He's my brother.
And TSC any
or not TSC for we support breast, we love breast.
Onim say your ex brother, you need ex brother.
Be your ex manager. No, but when say brothers today understand you for life. We support the team breast, we love breast, we play with breast, we do everything. Our life is in breast of France. It's your Temasipa. Under no circumstance under the sun will.
Good morning to you all. Frances says, hope you are doing great. Ken Frederick say, Guten Morgen.
Good morgen,
Bruder.
Yeah.
And just a Germany is just a Bruder.
Yeah, Bruder.
Just a brother. No. Hey, is it a Modi school? Okay, for me, ba. Me has I didn't know no boy because my own Facebook CC translation.
Yeah, he speaks a lot of good. Away,
No. Okay, Mami Abba say, good morning, super morning show crew. They said, Mami Abba, my super morning show crew. I must say, Manucho Magandi steak, be there. 43 wives.
47
Mami Abba, 47, 240 children.
What else can you ask for?
The man force mum. All Ghana, Timon Koshan, or Upper East. We were yet, move for morning Kosha child. Chad ne he bia
Fallujah Nigeria
Upper East.
Tenzuku in the Upper East. He's the chief of the town. Everybody there is related somehow. The whole town.
But the only negative part of the story was say you seen the money be war. Oh. Yeah, but I won't say I don't know. We'll get into that. Yeah. Or yes, the money be war. Oh. Yeah.
Anyway, they are half, but still it's not the best. Because I can affect the kids eventually.
Agnes Asari say good morning to all of you. Obisi time Mami Abaka say 43 wives and 240. Mami Frances say I swear.
Wow.
David Agbanyaga says great morning. David, thanks. Eric Kwachi Ohene says just look at how the dreadlocks are shining. Hey, indeed, the dreadlocks crew has a also I can't say I say aka Frances ne Mami Abamu nyina afraid dreadlocks crew.
I'm surprised. I'm trying to say I will no. Headmaster. I'm different hairstyle.
Just look at how the dreadlocks are shining. Here, indeed, the dreadlocks crew has arrived. East Coast finest. Welcome to the Gandhi. Welcome the Gandhi man and the national man. And then David Agbanyaga Opo Manucho Olympics Ghana.
Yes.
We will be there live. When you were talking about,
the
ISW. You have to read it
exactly
whilst that discussion is going on.
Yes.
Preparation on the way soon. You guys will see me there. It will make sense to somebody who just joined.
Exactly.
Yes, in Ghana, he's from Mamprusi.
Yes.
Oh, he's talking about the man.
The man.
Yeah, the man with 47 wives and 240
region.
Yeah.
Upper West, Upper East. I mean, the upper regions.
Manucho, you are a good biology and math teacher. Opo, too much of everything is bad. You need to be moderate about it. As at a stage, he doesn't have to do anything. The little sweet will do all the work.
But I'm not sure he does much. Maybe he just sleeps there, then they work on him. I'm not sure.
Why are you thinking for?
No, says we are drawing that it be a man or careful with the heart beating because penny. So at that age in the day, he will not be like a 22-year-old trying to impress.
Yeah, Nana Sabri Ekam. Yeah, Muhammad Alasan. I think they go to Muhammad Alasan.
Oh, okay.
Muhammad Alasan. That time Kwame no anya deal bianco. He was still.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Active. I mean,
active, very active. Yeah. Send no bomba hani
oh yeah. When you used to do the pro way.
It's new messages. I mean, came through na answer me woman. David Siopo, please send me the Elizato or unim the funny things spelling failing.
Yeah.
No Elizato na culture Elizabeth audio.
Oh, okay.
Eric is saying our text message is part of the show. If yes, why do you leave some and read some? I don't get it unless it is not part. Eric, I think I have already explained. Yeah, discussions now bar.
Yes.
And related to the discussion to ja etoho ansa na wakokanya. And to say it was a greeting. It can always be read.
Yes, so, yes, I agree. I want to come say
yeah.
It was a greeting.
Kofi Asabre say Ghanaians are quick to blame our leaders, but the average Ghanaian thinks it's a crime to do the right thing. Ghana has a very long way to go with the kind of mentality we have. The average Ghanaian endorses criminality. Paul Sapon say, National, please send me the audio. They say the audio there. Lizato unyeni paketwa. Yeah, I say it is me, Yvonne. It is you, Yvonne's husband, or it is you, Yvonne, because Paul Sapon.
They are the same.
Okay, I'll say
the two shall be one. Yeah. I mean, you are your wife and your wife is you.
Mami Abba say it's pathetic how we think nowadays. You try doing the right thing and you are being victimized. Our mentality is not. Kofi Asabi says, I don't blame the children who want to leave Ghana. I think the real figure will be more than 55%.
Oh yeah, just a research like Nepal 11,000.
Yeah, and they did across all the 10 regions.
All the 16. We have 16 regions now.
All the 16 regions.
Yes.
So you can infer, say, so choose big proportion. Say the Asabre we would have maybe gotten 85%.
Exactly.
I'm telling you because
sample size and
Obisa Kwalabia or Ghana. Say Abrochi Ghana. Opa yes questionnaire no.
Yeah.
Do a research.
Yes.
Say when
given the opportunity to choose between staying in Ghana and
going abroad.
Yeah.
Bisa Kwala. And then a question go Ajimu Mame Sre on the news. Or say when the can't send or say Penny, I think also one of the politicians who said, no more discussions, be no so for being a kind. I don't remember. Me feed you almost all kind. But I'm so big I say, Obi fi abrochi ba no beka sembia na ayem rawa busiem. Ba oti Ghana obi emfiu. And everybody wants to travel.
Exactly.
You see, and it is true.
I mean, when you home, I mean, they have some
because the opportunity for Obi Oti Ghana.
Yeah. To make it
Ghana for Wuska, don't get us wrong.
Yes.
But don't say average. Average. What my point and I say?
Of course.
There were Sika 4 and there were middle income earners, low income. Obi a low income crowd America. Echo Ghana we Sika.
Oh, of course, it's upper class.
Comparatively.
Chroma Sobinia $2,000 a month or low income virtually. But in Ghana
yeah,
it's a lot
that's
of
what
money.
I'm saying.
That's 10,000 every month. The bills here are bigger anyway or are higher, but what me say more or the Ghana me just being
exactly what they said. Say Obiako Ghana, Obiafia Bricha. Or say look at no my example say Ebimoni omo classmates, omo university. Some stayed in Ghana, some came here.
Exactly.
Omo baha 2, 3, 4 years. No musi dime.
Yes.
But those in Ghana no baby umba rent kromo rent wa na ye diam
exactly.
Because they say yes ukoje dina because
na me catch you now that no say if you
no yes ukoje
rent issues in Ghana is bigger.
Yeah, so pay just like you said decent apartment ebi o I see 2 years between saying
2 years so between catch up just 500 cedis a month $100 a month in 2 years between $2,400.
yes I don't know come say be cracko as I'm see saying
500 per single bedroom, maybe a self-contained
4,000 Ghana.
It's 4,000 cedis. And put they send us 40 million there. I say by 500.
No, I say
$100. Say by 500 cedis a month. I just say then you pay $100 a month. Gaha sisika. It's your new 2 years. I just say between 2,400. $2,000 is about 11,000.
Ghana cedis.
Yeah, that's too much. 12,000 and 15,000.
So per decent house. Even one bedroom, self-contained.
$50, $60 a month.
You know, no more comparative analysis.
But now you are also like, oh,
no. You see, the economy.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Manu Jones and catch your debut says Sikano
affordability.
Yeah, Sikano is able to pay because one say so when you do economics, yeah, Afibia bibi kosro, Afibia nyoma kosro. It is a fan says Sikano ho. Intina na me catch us says Sikana any honor problem no. Yeah, because in Sikano at least 1 year. Yeah. After every year no masatum. Inti Ghana no your mouth say oh scared to 4 years. Oh scared intika comparatively. Say sika ohona ha ukasa ha yakasa nko bi sign lease utu 1,002 a month. And yes, you lease no to sign 5 years. Can sign 5 years lease? Could be able sign it. Yeah. But once 5 years, no 50 half account. By the end of your 5th year, not be a 250 account. Yeah.
Compound.
Yeah, but exactly. But Ghana no sikani ni ho. Oh problem no.
Yeah, I guess
the economics.
A single room is like $500, which is like 30 million in Ghana.
No, average of maybe 5. It be called 950. A single room be 950. So per wow single room be quite 1,002.
Studio at the same board. Yeah. Yeah, campus said in time the least will be 3-bedroom, 1 room be 10 dim. Yeah. Near the end, won't you crab 400, 500 in a decent place. Oh, you can't be low level. But that man's crying Ghana is a lot of money.
Even amongst the health professionals, brain drain is happening rapidly, and it looks like our leaders don't care. Kofi Asabe say Opo, even an assistant commissioner of immigration is praying to
it's praying to travel
to migrate to America.
Oh wow.
Assistant
commissioner of
immigration.
Yeah, ACI
is praying to migrate to America.
Yeah, because
that is how bad the thing. Or say, Mami Abba say it's 450 cedis for a single room.
Yes,
self-contained a month. Wow.
So that's
it's almost $100.
Yeah, $100 number by 570.
Yeah, about 85.
Yeah, $85. Yeah, wow. I do 2 years. The macaroni in Libya, you see, and
this is what's where a single room self-contained. Oh, yeah. And it's up a 2-bedroom flat.
800.
And now we a family of 4. Now we are 3-bedroom. The another just only I'm sorry.
Oh, you have 1,005. Madam for BT with Alajo, which 1,800. For an apartment building, 2nd floor, 3-bedroom, decent house, 1,800. Now again 2 years advance. That time we coach you about 23,400. Nana Bafuakutu.
Oh, Nana Bafakutu.
Oh, yeah. Small of a brother, childhood. We grew up together. We had 23,400 for 2-year accommodation for 5 kids. It's eventually he had to make kaipa. He had to go through stress to get that money. It is very true. 3-bedroom minimum 1,000, 2,005, 1,008. Single bedroom 400, 450. Then crime support. That my problem has to do with taking 2 years, 3 years. You know. And if there's a way I can about 3 months in an assessment, Ben Okasagana no 2 years, and so on challenges.
Yeah, on the Ghana, so yeah,
jobs are not guaranteed. So jobs are not guaranteed.
3 months in the year could go about no Bob was canon no in your baby tonight. You can't do obedi no help.
On the podium, 3 months or but the point is if you run soon needs that safety. Say we bet you. I'll do 3 months. I'll be good. We are now. Say be a 4th month. Patcho minister say we 2 and so some rent control. Or cost stress 3
to 6 months.
But so jail be 3 years advance in the day. When him say why when him say you way about jumba be planning. Now before 1 year before be seen we be so will continue the lease. We be continue. I'm the be you say me the 200 be count. Won't be a 2. It's virtually not just on no can boko or more 1 year notice. And tell rent issues in Ghana is the biggest.
Yes, yes, dime be buying housing projects.
When completed, you police are the next problem in Ghana. Rent. So police for a bigger issue. Almost some attitude near there. 90% rent will be 10% of the issues.
Professor rent across supersede.
Exactly, shelter, where to put your head.
But basic needs comes first.
I agree, but say no podi nipa de den aka crowd be talk with you and I will be abenya no de
watch. Yes, when you come na say we nya baby na but come do there untimi now.
So you become homeless, but the idea is that
what I agree. No, basic, but I won't say in term prioritize
structure of needs. It's food, shelter, clothing. In that, but I agree with you. But I'm just saying, you are not there. as much as possible obetumi akọ moving pick akoto aduane 200 obi so beto no wache 2 cedi and gabins 1 cedi into it's difficult there but and to say be ordinary
team so get to be mutumi da bobo nua dan.
And you see what happens is that virtually the chess Accra no labadina the wuje bi ntina nti so kwatena nsabom na we adwuma wa Accra nti every day be sorry 4 am no sat na car ma say tua lorry fare na e puchu kwa masaman na wo ko wechi so virtually no that's what happened. The indigenes are pushed out of the town. Okwata cry this year we on more Accra about say Charlie I transfer me about 1 bedroom 500 I go pay. I need 1 bedroom self-contained. If it's 700 I go pay. Who team you 40 cities? If you are not born to your own Christ massa, will be so be 400. Who team you 60 cities a month. So virtually I think I'm happy it was discussed for you to see the situation that rent issues in Ghana is now one of the biggest bane. The government, so if you really care about your people, there should be a way around it. One of the basic ways is that get your own, make it cheaper. But read about the story about Rwanda. They are low cost housing.
On my public housing power.
Exactly. Everybody qualifies it. The point is that you can't rent it or sell it to anybody.
Yeah.
But while betting them they are these are the escape tape people for people to listen. Or call, he summed up the Rwandan story in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, babaso. And then my uncle had other issues no quickly. And sports require fancy because sports to be answered in here. No matches I back at answer Croatia and Scotland and Czech Republic in England. On in America time 12 o'clock on Enche on started. And only matches are basically rumors and yeah they are doing in a fancy and I am in Ghana because we have some pertinent issues to discuss and to talk about. Very crucial. But that is not to say that yeah acknowledge big Olu Beauty and Barbering Hair Salon. Say open a year baby a UT no anymore down now wife bra Oluwaso ye now sees you now honye fe Asama Street in 1084 Main Street. Open nam outdoor and engagement wedding what have you. Say baby obi akoya Asama Street in super cleaning services yenu abema Isaac Jamrada no so we Ghana new America Worcester ha na open say utu ope obiama na boa ye beboa ye ba be twa niam na ma eno da nchen so na se ofie junk abaho obesi remove junk na ma wa free kane na junk removers mo no mo bo dendenden ene Ghana ni ono so atibi de ni kan what is more ope ebia wa pese you niam na ope van now the yi niam na me pa cho super cleaning service say omo van say you hold the ni bia me amahu dawson obetumi afre now so our ntibi now de akoye niam say won person be ya ma 508410254 508410254 offer Isaac Jamra obejo so na bibia so atumi akonkan Anochi Chrome Restaurant the heavyweight champion Kwaku Shoes say enkanche say aduane papa ne fie eho ena ewo say ope jollof rice bankun tilapia wachi aponchin krakra sanso ena banga akonfirm no emakra Anochi Chrome ono na Amewu style what it is for the Ghanaian community bra na ebedi dipa. We are open today for business. Remember we are off every Monday, but today we are back with fresh and appetizing foods, delicious ones. Come and enjoy yourself. Okay, Barcelona president Juan Laporta maminya quick but manucho discuss it just news flash. Barcelona president Juan Laporta dreams of pairing Cristiano Ronaldo with Lionel Messi next season, and he's ready to offer 2 players in exchange to help persuade Juventus to sell the 36-year-old. And then Rana can say friends Brazil new boy Coutinho or the Coutinho any Griezmann any Dembele said omunyi di omope Man City enso say omo ye ready say omo be include Brazil striker Gabriel Jesus 24 any Raheem Sterling 26 in any bid omo de kwakoto Hurricane every Tottenham aba sisi Tottenham value Hurricane in the region of 150 million pounds sterling times kurakata and de no nso aba sisi almost na and also no Manchester United making progress in their efforts. So I'm mobile signing old Spain defender. I friend say 24-year-old defender Pau Torres from Villarreal, fantastic defender. Omu boy no ochire omu sampa Manchester United team is say nye team biasa nti omani abre so mekwa akotwe abrante no abrante kro ya Real Madrid so ani Edinachi dendendeng exclusive and other networks have also reported say teams beat say PSG, Barcelona, any Liverpool nyina nso monitor Abrante no situation. Atletico Madrid, according to Kuakrata fan Marca, say omo interested per Arsenal any Spain 26-year-old right back Abrante evans Hector Bellerin and reporter Marca Diabache say Bellerin so say onyefia obeko Atletico Madrid nso so penaton nti anhwe na Arsenal lose omo right back. Juventus as omo person omo party ways with Wales midfield defense said Aaron Ramsey this summer, according to Calcio Mercato. Rafael Benitez also edged closer to Everton job after further talks over the weekend, despite some fans protesting against the former Liverpool manager possible appointment. And Gov't.com, ni all football, ni other websites in the abase Everton omo a boss say fans no don baby omo nye because baby a team na do sesi ano say omo nya high profile manager Rafael Benitez na available nti still ano obeko against the wish of the supporters. Let's see what happens. Crystal Palace also hold positive talks with Lucien Favre. According to report ono na be replace Roy Hodgson Lampard de no ya boagu nchen na jese no so e Atlanta expected to hold off interest from AC Milan ni Roma. Italy ni Abrante fans Matteo Pessina omu nyina obia epe no nanso Atlanta for sinya de ombeton Abrante no Locatelli Manucho player of the tournament so far the Euros no na Juventus for near bread and the kakra di empenfo kodu Sassuolo so because you see other teams aligning up Abrante no ti omo near bread and a omo di kan dey reps akwa kodu Sassuolo for so said be a omo benya no atono Chelsea koto Abrante I friend said that drink water now so oba ensuo bia no otimi no me Chelsea report kire say Abrante no the last season with Chelsea ni summer we end pe wona ni be kire ba bi no akwa koto ne ball so Leeds, Southampton, Aston Villa, Burnley omo nyina akwa Sunlight Liverpool aboboa no adentia omo epe Liverpool Abrante Alfie Wills, right back, a friend said Nico Williams. According to reporter, Athletic Diabache said Liverpool say and share Brent and Obama no Ako, if not anything cry on loan. Now and also at the Germany defender will see a Kaima Chelsea friend Antonio Rudiger. According to Sky Sports, to say Antonio Rudiger wants to stay at Chelsea next season, even though the club have yet to open talks over an extension to his current contract, which expires next summer. Until Rudiger committed to Chelsea, senya de okobebi umse Chelsea for opening for and for contract for Frobia Metro Nepono. There were reports said Chelsea wanted to talk to Rudiger before he goes to the Euros, but he put all contract talks on hold. Now he's saying that Chelsea from Fashe Mai, but or committed to Chelsea senya de okobebia. Bayern Munich, Everton, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Akopiem, Holland. Team my friend said PSV and Dover na so here. Now Dutch international fullback I friend said Denzel Dumfries. Dumfries Denzel. Ono ena ene teams mako bet say and 9. Omu nyina so no atono. Lille French midfielder bia omu edge league title France no. Oboy ye pa friend Boubacar Souamari. And there me no work say wadi mfia duonu mienu. Exclusive report Le Verre de Sports. Edia ba HSN Leicester City for any Lille din koma kwa chira omo si kwan bia so say omo kofa Abrante no na Liverpool so say omo ni plans bia say omo beton omo Abrante fen say Costas Chimekas na ni nyina chira say ade asesi na omo defenders no omo ato Leipzig defender and afeso so Abrante friend say Virgil van Dijk ni Gomez mu nyina prepare ni nyina eba tina manfo adwena yom say bi ombeton Costas na so enei Jurgen Klopp say nya de Abrante no obeton no because onimbo bo yi pa obeka a Greek defender Liverpool ekoto no ma wa make only first team appearances 7 eno na manfo say bi a ombeton Roma enso epe Wolves Omni Wolves aiding komo Omupe Wolves Portuguese goalkeeper friend say Rui Patricio Beka Jose Mourinho akwa Roma ntene wasi na nia brace obetwetwe players bia onim wo free Portugal oni o maye adwuma pen a wo ewo caliber na atumi aboa ama Roma so ne opeso koye no atumi akwa report je say sisi anisike da entemo no between 10 and 13 million pounds sterling for the 33-year-old Portuguese goalkeeper ono na European Championship ekoso yodapo mu. And so Edema Portugal. Southampton were England near Brante friend say James Ward-Prowse. And there I can say football insider. Say Aston Villa for say Amu Epe Brante na tono ningan so mo say Jack Grealish a beya din pa. So mo betumi ekipu Brante niti o ma start kra Omu Epe on also a replacement. Na and also enen sama ene yabo na busha on that front. Na ha and a bremam kana ene agudi unsama yabo no a big Olu Beauty and Barbering Hair Salon as a mass trading super cleaning services and afi anochi kroma yede bram no so yede AC yentie we na yen transition as said yede El Lizato and a transition akọ into politics El Lizato she say mami cho say wadi baby El Lizato yanko El Lizato,
the world's greatest philosopher, the walking encyclopedia. El Lizato, drop the fire.
If you didn't marry the girl you spoiled, you will definitely marry the one another man spoiled. Remember, Romans chapter 6 verse 2 says, God will repay each person according to what they have done. I have never seen a handsome mathematics teacher before. They all look like quadratic equations. Even if sense and wisdom is falling like rain, African leaders will still use umbrella. By the time you buy a car, they will be wanting those with private jets. My brother, you can never satisfy women. Girls used to stay at home and cook like their mothers. Nowadays, they stay outside and drink like their fathers. No woman can control me. No woman can control me. But once she says, go and lock the door, you fly like a bird. When your man is angry and shouting at you, just take off your clothes. Men don't argue with naked ladies. Once a girl enters your room and see plasma TV, decoder, laptop, fridge, AC, microwave, and food stuffs, my brother, believe me, a serious relationship has just started. A man can be in UK and not okay. He can live in US and still be useless. All good things come from above, not abroad. When you start behaving like ECG in a relationship, don't complain when your partner finds a generator. A jealous demon may appear as a supportive angel. An open enemy is better than a false friend. Some black women think having a big ass is a career. Beyonce's net worth is $850 million with 22 Grammys and over 100 million album sales, and still forgive Jay-Z when he cheats, and you with only 2 panties won't make us rest. I think it is time for us to start dating by qualification. We cannot have a degree and get heartbreak from an ordinary SSC holder. It's highly unacceptable. My brother, relax. That girl you are begging to accept you is also begging another guy not to leave her. We are all beggars. Thank you very much, my brother Ricky.
Bravo ne kan yo se ensem Paulo mo na frana ku upe ensem ko twiko bata atie dia ene unua tie Unity Radio Worcester, United States of America.
Unity Radio 103.9 Anopa Bosuo suna we Manucho Magandi Gaucho Margarita is already seated. Also here, of course. Yadin komo bebre Mamia Bankuma. I say 3 bedrooms is 1,002 to 2,008 depending on where you want to stay. The place is also equally important. This rent issue is killing people. So many uncompleted projects for affordable housing abandoned. Hey, on my Ghana, Dabeng. I'll say it's 4,450 for a single room. Okay, I think we already read that one. So say even Assistant Commissioner of Immigration is praying to migrate to America. Hey, someone America, we should count ourselves blessed because it's not easy in Ghana. It's not easy.
Yeah,
it's not easy. Easy and Kobiabaha on try so causes an abusion of Waba.
Yes,
it's not easy. Yes. The country we need to speak and talk to make the country better for all of us, because Etiane you say cry okay. Just imagine unse obusuafo nyina ba ha wie kra fe Ghana konyo debimo, then more or less you are abandoning Ghana. But say Ghana na e dey bi betu kwan bi wa ha na bi ofia, you know, the balance is good. So you say ode ade ko Ghana for no mu diska no mu yisi no mu yisi. Sometimes
it's not their fault.
It's not their fault because it would you can say it would you can say to the how obi mebo you can say
obi mebo
yeah
about that
that's what I meant to say.
Yes. And sometimes it's difficult, but we not to I say we are what they do is good, and person you're morally upright, ethically upright, but sometimes it's beyond measure. Imagine say be an buyer who cash and carry once was sending skebi. And then a lot of the crimes that happen in Africa and in Pacoba and Sam Jim say if systems were right, believe you me, and can so people always believe in those things.
Unity Radio 103.9 Manucho Papa no asem no beka kakra na o hene ne die no
Oh, no, say
what carry on?
242. I mean, it's an interesting story. I think beyond this, it's all about Guinness Book of Records, especially for Africa. I know India maybe saw some serious record like that, but even 240 kids. And here is your 240 documented case.
Somebody who just joined us on TSS, there is a new item, a news item, and of Tuesday, January 22nd, 2021. Ghana. The head of the family is the chief of Tenzuku
in the Upper
Tenzuku in the Upper East region. He has about 47 wives who have given him about 240 children in total. Due to the size of the family, it is highly sought. I think they meant to say he is highly sought after by persons seeking political office. From a village called Tenzuku near Telensi in the Upper East region. It's a man with a family said to be the largest in the country. Nti onone okita record onone opinion or what the largest family in Ghana. In a documentary by ABN's Kofi Adumanwani, the chief of Tenzuku, together with his family, making up an entire village, is said to go into the books of history as the man with many wives and children. The chief of the town is married to over 47 wives and has about 240 children. Some of his children are married and have also established their own families to expand the family. Now, during Kofi Adume's interaction with the family, one of the elder sons of the chief, who spoke on his behalf, indicated that their father and chief, owing to his family size, always becomes the go-to person for political and person seeking political office in the area. Or see, the wives say they have been living peacefully together. Wow. Now, with a democratic practice, yes. In democracy.
Yeah, exactly.
Until with a democratic practice, the wives of the chief have mapped out a schedule that determines who gets to spend time with the husband and at what time. Each wife is entitled to 3 days, and we followed that roster religiously because we sat down and planned it together. End of quote. The senior wife told Kofi Aduma.
But that's interesting. 47.
Yeah.
3 days. I mean, you have to wait for 3 days till everybody else gets it. If you're talking about over 120 days.
The family say they coexist peacefully with each other by looking out for one another. The religious practice of the family is worship of a god called Nana Tongo. Is that how Nana?
Yeah.
Tongo or Tongor. Tongo,
yeah.
Which provides them with protection as well as their needs. Inti omo so som no omo som bosum bi e fe no Nana Tongo.
Yeah.
Ono na bomb home by show mo akurase ho bibi omo hia bia Nana Tongo they provide them.
Yeah, once you have the relative peace and nobody is beating anybody or killing somebody, I think it's what you see doing the calculation. Just say 3 days, you know. A year time, twice a year, Paul. Because 3 days times 47, we are talking about 120 days.
Yeah,
a year has 366. Then when you're about twice a year, it's not an easy one for women at all.
But
but they don't have a choice. I mean, once you agree to marry him, dear, you should know that. But it translates to your modern day ladies here. Two grandma came.
And
people live with 47.
Are you going back to
Elizato? Some cases. I mean, I'm wondering for the 46th, 47th, what were they thinking when they decided to add to the whole bunch of people out there? But I mean, it's a reversal of roles. If you don't want the man to do it, I want to
9 years as will be baby.
And they are enough, but at least what wouldn't make us so we have further research. There will be more than 214 because
I see the man worry.
Exactly, and I saw a few pictures. But I'm sure the
man is old.
Yeah, I'm sure he's old. He will not be less than 70 to 80 years.
No, bro, me sure so 80 crap. Because the man the picture when you
exactly, and it's more like he owns a whole village.
Yeah,
a whole village. He chooses what to check on, and he's the chief there. It's an interesting beta. It will be more, like I said, I'll listen to the whole tape.
Okay.
Take whole tape now to make further way. But these are people who should be celebrated, whichever way. They deserve a celebration.
Yeah. Jeremiah has visited us at the studio. Jerry, come and say hi to everyone. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, that's my Jerry. That's my Jerry.
Thank you. Unity Radio 1039. Yansha Greater Accra.
Yes.
Greater Accra, yeah.
Coming house.
Yeah, after the show, we'll come, okay? Yeah. See you, bye, Jerry. Thanks for bringing the charger.
Yes.
It's your tablet working now? Okay. See you. Yeah. Say hi to everyone, mommy and everyone, okay?
Yeah.
I'll see you guys soon. Manu, let's move on.
Yes. Henry Cote.
Yeah. Greater Accra, you know, some akoso na saying Papa Ejuma Obo ne Agbogbolishi market for ne Adechan we see nipa baako a oye MPP ni na wakasa say the ekoso no yen support to owura friend say Henry Cote any owura I friend say eye Nana Fredua Ajiman nim so o kind pa MPP guru. Now Nana Fredua Ajiman Foriata has advised the Ghana Police Service. Also, Ghana police for now abandoned Papana Jai Jumana Bono, so they are not helping him. And he's advised the police service to support the Greater Accra Regional Minister Henry Cote's vision of making Accra work again. The minister has introduced Operation Let's Make Accra Work, geared towards eradicating lawlessness and improper behaviors of residents of the Greater Accra region. He explained the operation is to ensure no resident infracts the laws governing the capital. Now, he pledged his commitment to this cause. Now, Nana Fredua, commenting on Peace FM's Kukuruko, wondered why the police is not helping the minister.
I think it's an unfortunate.
Let's listen to him. Kakrebi.
Is the police watching? And Kofubi. Very ahead. And actually, Kakra. I actually. People back there. Actually, on side tram for me, motor hodwa. One GG. And Sally. Can papers not do na why this uncommon no e can acquire police for e faso e ye won adwuma e binum gina kwan bi so se ave no e ye won adwuma na ene ni amasa e bi nso bisa se ne mfaso e kon police ni ntina ave de won ani abre obi anu so a nkomo so promo ne se would descend a coso, and on your chrono would ye a would ye any tree and sa or how we amawa should have won. Oh, the Namuta Macula can be, and this is also can be. And I hire you, Mummy and Nino Cray. Penindiano state of insecurity is anyone can. No, be a circoson, you knew some pencil. Yes, and saying, say, and send me see social media, nay, the kicker and huntino. I can't ba Emma and check rana information at any. In the radiasi because as I said,
Manu trust because now do you know, baby, the actual one where it's about 6:43 hour. It's a trust, but let me read mean transcribe now kind.
Yes.
I say. He's wondering why the police is not helping the minister. He advised them to be proactive in executing their duties to maintain law and order. According to him, maintaining law and order should be a daily activity, not a day's event. Hence, he wants the police to join forces with the minister to accomplish his goals. It should not be a one-day event. It's not an event. It should be a frequent thing. We must ensure the laws work in this country. He urged the police to be up and doing.
I think it's a call in the right direction. Personally, I'm a bit confused about it because Seba, regional minister is the chairman of RESEC, Regional Security Council. In that way, Mayor Nadiani, chairman of DISEC, District Security Council. In the elevative, one of the president or the vice president is the chairman of the Interior Police Service or Interior. And to hear that he doesn't think they are helping him enough. It's I'm not a call in the right direction. I think this operation cannot be successful without the police. To go and tell people to evacuate or leave vamoose from a place, you need the strong commitment of the police. They have to be there. Where I agree is that sometimes a man here 9-day wonder, you 1 day sweep, those who had a chance to stay become stronger and they still keep living there. I don't know, but for a Cote not to be held by the police, and then I think there's a breakdown in the system. Maybe it's only advising that they should tighten their help. They should see it as a national cause, a coalition cause to get us to really do this one. I am not so coy because he's sitting down and making analysis. And
he's making a call and advising the police.
Exactly.
He says he's wondering why the police is not helping.
I'm a bit worried because I'm telling you that the RESEC there, Yeah, about Western region, about police, they share regional minister because you want sanity to prevail in the region. He needs to where commander crapper in a way no you have to pay homage to the regional minister because he's the overlord of the land, more like the governor of the place. In principle, no, I don't know why they are not helping, but he is only maybe it's a critical observation is made, but I know maybe their commitment is not top notch. But to help in there, they will be there. There's no way he can use just the people around him to be exercising some of these things. So for the Nafridia, he's calling them that help the minister. We need to see that commitment. Say, maybe IGP and a PRO, a police PRO, then I should be talking about it so that it will be more interesting to be seen as a regional cause rather than they doing their own sweep at some areas. Some flashpoints be not just say here say you're ready a crowd of the making a crowd work again no more yet more proactive. So it's a call in the right direction. I think everybody needs to join and the police need to help the regional minister. If there's one positive in Ghana for the past few months and it's a recorded fight to make Accra great again or make Accra look like a regional capital that it deserves. I think it's a model region. So I'm going to be here on my way transcend it into other regions too, because Cape Coast, Takrade, Kumasi has its own peculiar issues. It's similar to some of these traders now. They are more unauthorized places. Temporary places have been turned to permanent shades. It's a call that I will support on it, given that the police, law enforcement in the country are the first line of defense. So they need to help the regional minister to get some of these things through. I think so far so very good. So if regional minister run a bar, I'll put a lot of weight on it. But from a senior communication member to really pull this clarion call, it's good. It tells you that from the government side or from the partisan side, they feel
not everybody is against it.
Yes, they are supporting it. At the end of the day, he's on a good cause, and everybody else needs to join. I take my positives from. But as to police helping, I'm sure they are helping, doing what they can to really push this agenda forward.
Okay, so you move on from another issue which is very important, and that is the issue of your next two issues here, COVID-19 and then the Attorney General. Let's start off with the Attorney General. Attorney General, Echo represented, Echo Court.
Yes.
Echo represented Ghana Police.
Ghana Police
Service. With regards to fix the country. How many fix the country in Tokwano? Now I know peace news. Fix the country for say, and your mom say they don't even understand why Attorney General should be representing Ghana Police Service in this case. Not just say all along the clarion call say abiding person abiding the type police for echi ye person chere ya adwen wo man mu omusi ekwan no. Not just say the Attorney General amanaba be clear. Now let's listen. Attorney General takes ansem ni bi no and in some fix the country campaigners and crusaders ni bi kind no. Also odiomu court for contempt. Now Gov't Dame, Attorney General to drag #fix the country campaigner to court over contempt. Now Gov't Dame, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, has indicated it will be forced to initiate contempt action against Baka Vomawo, a member of the Fix the Country campaign. He finds some comments by Vomawo on social media to be very offensive, and he warned him to desist from it. Baka Vomawo, who uses the Facebook handle Baka H Vokes, on Monday morning, while the two parties were in court, wrote on his Facebook timeline, Neho. What does that mean?
Neho.
Neho.
So when I know you see, yeah, boxer.
Neho, Gov't Dame. Neho, Gov't Dame just stepped into court. The Purpose Master reveals himself. This did not go down well with the Attorney General. Dame, as the AG was in court to argue why the Republic seeks to restrain the Fix the Country campaigners from embarking on a demonstration. Lawyers for the Fix the Country campaigners had raised objections to the Attorney General's involvement in the case, which they believe is against the Ghana Police Service. Gov't Dame, at the end of his argument in court, read the post by Baka Vomawo, which indicated was sent to him. He indicated that it was inappropriate for Vomawo to write such a thing on his Facebook timeline. He prayed the court to note the statement from the campaigner and advised lawyers for the campaigners to caution their clients from such commentary. But Justice Ruby Ayite urged Gov't Dame Yabua to develop a thick skin and ignore comments such as these. Dami responded, he has a thick skin, but he wanted to raise the matter because the individual who made the comment is a party in the present case before the court. He added he will initiate contempt proceedings against individuals who seek such statements on social media that don't help the work of the court. Baka Vamawo, in another post cited by Ghana Web after the Attorney General raised the concerns in court, wrote another perspective. The contempt through it like confetti. You are here. I'm waiting on it. I honestly don't even understand how it is possible, but he is the Attorney General of the realm, and in Ghana, power is power. He even promised to get the judge a new chair, and the court and the court recorder a message. Anyway, for the record, how can he independently hold me in contempt when there is no court order flouted, or he is initiating proceedings on his own behalf to avenge his thin skin and passing it off as a contempt of court? I really will appreciate some help in making legal sense of what the PM was saying exactly.
It's an interesting one. Nehum is where it means let us rise. Man is sorry. Yeah, Isaac Dogby. They didn't say Dogby, but he won Dogby. Or you see when he was, he recently won a fight. Yeah, he won a fight in the US some few days ago. So it's in Nehum means let us rise or let's uproot. My enchant in Alabama, Daniel Agboke Houston. I'm because I know a referee. Oh, okay, yeah. Daniel, who Casa be saying out as a only Titi sort of Titi. No one Nehu as I just said. Let it rise. I mean, let's call the because Manucho Momo no aku seeking the translation na who say rise ka krebi umu a obesi san topic. Say Nehu na me Nehu na maso na pijaba. Asembe na mkan. Ancestral spirit na friend na we confetti. Mami ncha me about Dora. I know Pastor praise. Oh yes. Yeah. Next week Basri. Next week I'll go and see her. Yeah. I'll make sure make a question. I will make that special effort to go and look for her. Yes. And I confetti, they threw up like a confetti. Don't say, yep, party near there. So maybe a pop in to sell flowers. It's thrown into the air. No. You see, it's an interesting story, and I think it's a running one. Face the country. They wanted to go on a demonstration. Now, Ghana Police Service, I mean, through an enactment, an airline, they should give you permission if you want to go on a demonstration. I'm gonna say I'm okay for you because in the past we felt that demonstrations have chances of being volatile or causing a bit of mayhem until we need enough policemen to really gather to help curb it if they nip it in the bud if it happens. So for those reasons, I remember a law was passed that in a police you need police to okay a demonstration for you. Now face the country demo, they listed a few things are not in that regard that I mean they think the country unemployment, light issues, water issues, education. Then the Ghana Police Service says that they think that it is not pressing. The Nyamano mo demanding near pressing. And it is seen as a super spreader event. So more chance of COVID. We are still in the midst of COVID. Into some of these things has the potential to make COVID. And only your main argument. Exactly. Yeah.
Which will be coming to COVID next topic.
Exactly. That is how they see it. It's not pressing enough for them to really have this one. Now they've been going to even at a point in time. Police said Ankara should be thrown out indefinitely, that they can't have the demonstration. And a Supreme Court, like I said, it's not a valid one to say that to me demonstration there should be a middle point for each other. We are in a democratic dispensation. I still can't wrap my head around the police wanted such a thing to be ruled in their favor, and they have to do it as facto, as party without any injunction. Said you can't have. Ghana police needs to be careful. I mean, with all apologies to them, I'm not threatening them, but they are exposing themselves for people to ridicule them. In the first place, to go for such an ex-party motion that a demonstration should be called off indefinitely. Luckily for the face of the country, it has been said more. It's not possible. They should still find a common ground. Then they get to court. That is why I don't understand. Because you see, as much as Ghana police is an arm of government and also there's an institution, you expect some autocracy from them or autonomy from them. But to see the Attorney General in the court to whether to represent them or not, I think there are sparks of intimidation. It's more like it's the government supporting the police to perpetuate some of these things, because Sana Kofodrin, So at the end of the day, Ghana police falcon. The police is supposed to be neutral or independent. If they can be neutral, but very independent.
Yeah.
The
police for some more attorneys.
Exactly. They have their own attorneys who can represent them. So why would the Attorney General himself have a vested interest of getting to the court to go and represent Ghana Police Service that this demonstration can't go on? I mean, it's more like it baffles me, and I'm only asking questions. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not, and I know legally it's a doyen.
Yeah,
it's a luminary. He will not go there if he doesn't have the capacity to be there. But the idea that run up to this,
yes, a boxer near Isaac Dogbe.
Yeah, Dogbe. Isaac Dogbe. He won recently, boy. I know. Yeah, yeah. So, and you see what? Truthfully, when I read it for the first time, what Baka Bomawo wrote in, I was a bit pissed for him to make those huge pronouncements and call him that. I mentioned his name, Neho. Gov't Dami was through that door. The puppet master finally is in. You know.
He said Nipana. He meant to say, "Sir, you're tired, dear Chino. I feel you're no happy."
You see, any puppet master, I say, Obia, a secret society, and a force to be a remote controlling comfort to do things, but he's not really seen, and also he's not the face. On the screens, you see a face, but that is not the one doing it. Where I have a problem with Gov't Dami, Honorable Gov't Dami, is that I don't think it was an insult. So I saw a puppeter. There's a thing I'm being called a puppet and someone being the puppet master. You understand? If you guys say Manicho is a puppet to that means that remote control. You guys is a puppet master. That means or power or control. So I think Ghana police should even be more annoyed than Gov't Dami.
No, maybe he also feels
that's not his position.
Yeah, more target say as or no
remote control. Yes, and I make I say the two would have in the nutshell, they are all not good. To call somebody even a puppet master is an insult.
Yeah.
He's saying that or he's clandestinely or outwittingly using his power somewhere. But in any case, what has Ghana government announced the position of the government in this case? Say the police, they want to make a demonstration. Are they saying that you can't make a demonstration against Ghana government? Is that what is being we are being made to believe here? That's the Ghana police, a group of Ghanaians, which are 92 constitution, demonstrations are allowed. Every Ghanaian should be allowed to demonstrate, provided it's within the remits of the law and it is peaceful. It should be done. Sanam Ranes here. We managed to say that it's not enough because there should be protection for them. The police should find a way to protect them. So if the police don't have the numbers, then they should have a discussion. So police has the right to go to court. They can't even stop it, but they can go to court to seek an injunction with proper laid down procedure so that you stop it. So at least the law has been smart there. And the police, IGP can sit in his high office and say that, oh, yeah, man, stop them. Yeah, man, so you need an injunction and prove beyond reasonable doubt that won't to me yentin embassy. So my problem here, or my quagmire in this, is that why would the Attorney General, who has more pressing issues, and go for the Nkane decides to go into a courtroom to go and talk about these things? Like you said, is it that the Ghana police are not resourced enough or don't have the requisite mind to fight their own case? But not to subscribe what Vomawo did, I think it's also a bad one. Whichever way, I said yesterday that social media and power, but we should not use it as a negative tool too. Especially when you write a post and put his name in there. You could have beautifully crafted your message, believing his name. You don't put in there, Gov't Dami was through that door, the puppet master finally is on the stage.
Yeah.
No, I think that, you see, we'll redeem more. I think the headline made it a bit too harsh. But it was more like Gov't Dami telling them that he needs to be warned. He should to desist from such utterances because it's not good. Whichever way, we need to respect the system. If you have a problem, now it's not supposed to be there. Fight it legally. But you don't go trying to say bad words about the person.
Or say, oh yeah, lawyer no, and Kasanche,
yes,
Vomawo to stop it. And then just after the court, he posted this thing again.
Exactly.
How are you going to even cite me for contempt? Are you going to start your own legal? People should help me make legal sense. So
exactly.
So the fight is not stopping. And then Peace FM played his audio this morning.
Yeah, Vomawo.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one. If he feels you see, the law is meant to be tested. I'm one person. I believe people should share the opinion without fear or favor, and the law must be tested on at any given point. That is why we made the law court. Unfortunately, Ghana no obi chena adwon kra na so hater na so nim ni oka. That is where I have a bit of a problem. But as it stands now, I personally feel that it is not enough for the person to be taken to court, but he needs to a stern warning. But Osanye which is very good. I read that whole script. What is Gov't Dami saying?
He doesn't even know what he's doing. And this idea, I know Attorney General and TBA obey use power. I was Ghana and their war. Yes, Ghana don't know about to use the power. Either than that, Obi Mwan or not, or make legal sense because let me read us. I am expecting appropriate action. Hopefully, it starts with a criminal complaint against those who organized the super spreader event. I'm continuing also to say that the Attorney General has revealed himself as the one behind the police action in court. The police were his puppets. As such, Gov't Dami was the puppet master all along in this suit. I am glad he was forced to reveal himself. Shalom. So he went ahead to say even more.
So the point here is that he's standing by what he said, and he's entitled to.
The first tweet in any Nehu Gov't Dami just stepped into court. The puppet master reveals himself. So that was earlier. That was when they got in court, and when they got out of court, so
the Okache, the lawyer, his name is there. They face the country. One of the lawyers that he should talk to him. No, Okache said he should develop thick skin. He should develop thick skin because some of these
and
things
also are thick skin.
But when a party
to the
suit, he doesn't expect some more chances like this from, which I agree. A friend of prejudice. You don't really. I think the back of Omawa is being a bit overly enthusiastic with some of these comments. But that is why that people should be allowed. You see, I'm to me a judge. I can only be a beautiful bully lawyer. I can argue my case out because at this point, I don't think people should be gagged. He has a right to. But once there's a law that you can also sue him for defamation because who alleges must prove. For you to prove that or no shade or a puppet master, you need I saw him in court. He was with them and he's doing this. And so a judge of competent jurisdiction, a court of competent jurisdiction can rule on this case. I'm not so happy with the Bomawo posture by mentioning names and making a man feel that we're about a puppet master near the end. We can avoid it. Let's fight the case to the spirit and the latter. What the case called? You want to hold an event. There have been series of events which have gone on in Ghana. The general impression is that once it's an anti-government protest, so government will do everything in its power to curb it, nip it in the bud. Sir John funeral went on. It was never seen as a bad one. So all these things, people are looking at it, and it will be used it to argue your case in court and get that relevance to hold that demonstration. But for you to decide to go and attack the sites, I mean, you have emotions and can't say more court. So that me Jane saying, I have to show my. You might even lose your case. People have gone to court with beautiful cases, but they've lost because of some of these things. They put their emotions first rather than putting their heads first. So I'm not particularly happy the way he wants to go about it. But like we said too, Gov't Dami should argue the case well and they quash them. And also concentrating on some of these asides. It might be seen as the major news, which shouldn't be. So it's an interesting one, and I think Gov't Dami, as sweet as he is, can equally take him to court for him to go and explain. So you see how it pans out. But for my little advice, I think it's an unnecessary fight. They should focus, just like Kevin Taylor tells them all the time. Focus to get that thing sorted. If you think that you've been frustrated enough and it has lost its relevance, why not guys obey? Forget about it and go and sit home, rather than deciding to throw tantrums at people for no apparent reason. Can't he be there? Can't he? Is he not an interested party? It's about let the court decide rather than you thinking it's a problem.
But are you personally surprised that Gov't Dami is being the agitator for?
Very, very surprised. Very extremely surprised, because at the end of the day, a Ghana Police Service should be seen as a very independent, autocratic institution.
But I say Attorney General, Ghana Police
no, I don't think so.
Arrest, criminal proceedings, all this.
They can work in tandem.
Everything from
yes, but they don't belong to them, because you can equally the police will be used always by the. You see, they should have their own statutes, which they should be working with. Because then you are living in you are not living in a democratic dispensation. That's the case. When you go for damage issues is here, then you send a policeman to come and intimidate me because they work hand in hand. I don't think that is what I want us to encourage as a country. So as much as others will see it in that light, I don't think that Ghana police, they work hand in hand, but Ghana police is for every Ghanaian. They should see themselves as working for the interest of Ghana. But Kobani say, I mean, I stand to be corrected anyway. If people feel that Ghana government they on Ghana police they can use them anytime they want to, then there's a bigger problem. I am thinking that the police, once you set them up, they should be able to do independent stuff without any issues. Without any issues. That is the level that I want it to be. I want to see an independent. You see, Tama a chroma say the ex-president, oh yes, sir, mean Jemu, mean yes, no. There's one thing that the people in some of these institutions said. I remember the police and SEP said, you know what? I owe allegiance to the flag, inadvertently the constitution. So I'm expecting the Ghana police to owe allegiance to the constitution, not the government in power. Yes, Anna, you see, you sell your conscience to them and you'll be made puppets. Because if that is the level they want to push it now, because one yes, Anna, then no demonstration can ever come on. Then are we in a way autocratic dispensation where a president or a government feels that any demonstration against me, I'll work against it? I'm expecting a Ghana police who tell them that, okay, now you have enough logistics. If they want to demonstrate, they should go on.
Okay.
If even it's against the government, then you'll be seen as a very sane institution who is doing the right thing.
So for now, you think the police is doing the bidding of the government?
From what is happening.
And with the Attorney General being their lawyer?
That one, it's a no for me. I don't think you should have even gotten there that a boisterous man of this stature should stoop so low to go and discuss.
You think he's stepping low?
Exactly, because stepping low in the sense that such an event, police should be able to handle it. That Adentina Yema winning basso.
Because they have their legal team.
Adentina Yema demonstration win basso. Because there's COVID and we think that it's a super spreader event and it can cause a lot of mayhem.
Yeah.
Police can argue with their own health personnel near there that some of these things okay, it's a demonstration, people will be shouting,
but if you did listen to Vamawa or say or expect appropriate action, hopefully it starts with the criminal complaint against those who organize the super spreader event.
Yeah, wait there no.
Sir John there no. It is police for say yeah ma demonstration in there or expect say police corona ever started criminal complaint against the super spreader event that went on because that time now buying restrictions in a year.
Exactly.
And thousands of people, if not millions,
I agree with him that those are your expectations, but they decide where to put their patch. That is why you have to build your case to a competent lawyer, to a judge, to tell you that they are only victimizing you. Because in the spur of the moment, police now say, yeah, you might 1 year because COVID is still alive, you know. Such an event has gone on. Millions, thousands of people went to the place to have this event, and you, the police, you don't say anything wrong, and after now nothing has been said. To the extent that Honorable Freddie Blair even said that the family of Sir John needs to questions to answer. And still in court vehemently because you feel it's an anti. Sometimes we say that you can fool the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. That's some of the time. That is what is really happening in this. If he has a case, he should give it to his lawyer, and the lawyer should argue for him. So I mean, because law is about events and test cases.
Yeah.
When we went to court till now, what has happened? You have to be able to prove to the judge that they are just lying through their teeth because they don't want you to have your important ceremony. It's for your expectation that they should win there. You can expect,
and you don't expect him to be tweeting and posting stuff like that against the.
I think they are unnecessary, but we are in a democratic dispensation. It's within his right, but they're unnecessary. But or infringing, so I should know that it can be taken to court for libel. For him.
Okay.
But Minyayanko concentrating on the issues at stake.
Minyayanko concentrating on the issues at stake. Yeah, that's that case. PSC pa. Edema Dr. Kwame Amponsa. Any Vernon Women's Health Services Omo Ewo 10 Winthrop Street, Worcester, MA 01604, Suite number 312. We Obana Uti ene na Ope Ghana ni primary doctor Nyamia Yadum ama Dr. Kwame Amponsa betro the residency as a medical doctor Krumha oye gynecologist ene oye otumi hwe ma pomudin na oye ma nyina otumi ya ma nyina primary doctor reproductive hormonal disorders sanso and any problem say menstruation say awo bibia Dr. Kwame Amponsa aban America ban mano tumia and utumi Ghana for Spanish for obabia primary doctor into we Ghana ni yema wakonya say we dia wonsu die ni kohwehwe na kira kwan ne frɛ no na ene nkasa no mo 50845927006 50845927006 offer Dr. Kwame Amponsa any Vernon Women's Health Services or sise niema nwie peye meka nioma wonim krata asem na meka nsi yi a ni nyina no obehwe bra oye gynecologist said the medical canon obehwe no san ye obstetrician sa word na ne boy me dion Yeah,
obstetrician.
Obstetrician. Yeah, na mega. Yeah, na the boy me.
Obstetrician.
What's it? B.
Yeah.
B.S. What's it? O.B.S.T.E.T.R.I.C.I.A.
Yeah, with this spelling, it's cheap and shall bet to two. Obstetrician. Yeah. Obstetrician.
Yeah.
Ops and gynae.
Yeah. Ops and gynae. Yeah. Any Dr. Kwame Amponsa enkasa na omwa. Oye Ghana need here. Odo mami abaha. Odo unu ebi abaha. You see, especially brofono inshada meya. This is yekumini. Go there, feel comfortable. Baby, I be call krum ni wono ho han. Na ye ka apomdi asem no ma ye mfa wimfam ye ka COVID-19 asem no sisi a royal baby friend me say amanfo friend say na no ye announcement say ye be COVID vaccines enne ti omo per time ni biaye mbacho was 67 Vernon Street. Akwaba clinic for na wo SD sorry dan ho en shas ye be shas ye awie 1:30 to 3:30 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. ti wa wo vaccine ni bi no we no say a walk-in clinic unhia appointment vaccines are available ene a wo ba betumi anya bia wo Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson Moderna de ni bi eni ho ene nti ene se wo ba de obenya bia wo no ye Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson me pa cho mo se uhia se ka mra mefa wo a o friend number we ya 508 373 8434 508 373 8434 uhia se ka mra mefa wo a ka beba befa na eno so edo aba nti eno so ede a ene ababeda eho eno no ka betumi ababefa na edo aba akwaba clinic jumedia ene omunso AD eno no tishe no so na se unwo vaccine bi na ene akwanya wo ho se obenya adaji uni ka kra ofra omeba befa na so tumi akwo vaccine bi 67 Vernon Street SDA for asor dan ho eho na jumedia ni cause 1:30 to 3:30 2-hour range enomode air vaccines no ti wo adaji na unwo bi amisoro se frɛ sɛ unika wo ka so dia drive ne ko ho ne ko pebi ewo na apomdi ninsi p ninsita ye ka American vaccines one sem no na ye ka Ghana enso coronavirus one sem na manu to the next topic yeah ansan ye the asida be ma Rashida Financial Services Indian coronavirus strain no sisi an yesi ebi I detected in Ghana na arehosem ni se Sputnik V any AstraZeneca vaccines na Ghana so far yedi awo eni nyina enye effective against it.
When this thing started,
the most contagious COVID-19 variant, the most
America now Ghana watching young penny America DNB. No man to open be painted.
Obasa AstraZeneca Europe is no use.
But in Timmy variant
UK crown no use.
In Timmy variant one worker and variant America did.
No, but my point is say at the point sasa
but all vaccine no be vaccine. That's the point. All vaccine be chambi. Sometimes beyond the vaccine be chambi. Read the story, full story.
No, but by UK it's a developed country.
Yes.
They use the AstraZeneca. Yes. Sweden ya ding na until say no mo say bi mu nya blood clot almost pause no mo say kwa further examination they still allowed.
But vaccines are not vaccines. That's my point.
Oh. Now, the most contagious COVID-19 variant originating from India has been recorded in Ghana. Now, head of the West Africa Center for Cell Biology and Infectious Pathogens of the University of Ghana, Professor Gordon Awendari, confirmed that the Indian variant, also known as the Delta variant, is one of the 45 variants which are currently in Ghana. The Indian strain has caused huge spikes in India and a serious increase in cases in the UK, even though large sections of the population in those countries are vaccinated. Overall, we have about 45 to 46 different variants. The trend shows that all these normally come from travelers. However, now that the Delta Indian variant is taking over, it's just a matter of time before it will come here in large quantities. So we have a few here, but it's going to increase. Professor Awendari explained to Daniel Dadzi on Joy Prime Morning. Professor Awendari called on government to immediately enforce the COVID-19 preventive protocols to stem a potential spread of this deadly variant. In addition, he added that the controls at the Kotoka International Airport, Kia, must be tightened. On himself, now cry now. Yes, be mutual cheska.
Oh yes.
Owo kura betimi disika be dede ye beji sika na wase kwen
Ghana we disika to the nipa to abefe sika na nipa no. I mean,
Professor called for the security at the airport to be tightened to stop more importation of the variant. Professor Awendari revealed that the AstraZeneca and Sputnik V vaccines are not effective against the Indian variant. Now we have to be looking at the right vaccines. All this while we have been fixed on AstraZeneca and Sputnik V, but we have not. We have to shift towards more Pfizer. We have to shift towards more Pfizer and others that have a better chance of protecting against this variant, because the future is we are going towards these aggressive variants. The World Health Organization has classified these various this coronavirus variant, the first found in India last year, as a variant of global concern.
Yeah, very, very deadly. Spread fast. Papa. I mean, India, India, recent spike. Now you understand why they are worried. Now, for now, no many about 46 to 47, 45 to 46 different variants of the coronavirus. It tells you that we need to be careful. It is not dying any moment, and it is able to change itself. To really adapt and continue causing mayhem. For now, it has managed to overcome the sports when AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
But you see, where the pain is that you are doing an antigen test at the airport, unless, of course, science should bring it back. But I like the way he puts it, that you tighten whatever you are doing at the airport. You see, Ghana, you have the tendencies to be lax. Yes, and people are paying
in Ghana.
Yes, people
where 1/4 of the population has not even been vaccinated.
1/4. I'm not sure even a quarter has been vaccinated, because we have about 30 million. You've not had more than 5 million vaccinations.
No, 1 million.
Until we're talking about
thousands.
Exactly. Until you do a quarter means like say about 20 million, 4 million. 5 million as so we have a lot. We are living by grace, and then people sit at the harbor at the ports and harbors that master. People come in, we need to scrutinize them. We are doing tests on them, taking $150 from them. Even as we sit here now, people don't want to talk. People have been fully vaccinated. They want to go to Ghana, and they are still taking $150 from them. I'm not complaining, but also and yes, Anka, what is the world is a global village, and according to me, show passport of full vaccination. Why should we? Can't you be gravitating towards making it a bit okay for people fully vaccinated?
Yeah.
But you're just can you get the right thing? You see, the man spoke about it that we need to tighten whatever you are doing at the airport, because it looks like at the end it slipped in through the airport because they're communicable. And yet disease or horizontal way it was brought in from somewhere. And see, that is where the problem is, and we need to be extra careful because we don't have what it takes to fight the Indian variant. Remu upon the Remu saying so more often, maybe one person in
yeah,
the background transmitter, then it is going. We don't have the vaccination against it. It's a tissima. People will just have a lot of issues. So when I read the story, I was a bit scared. I was really, really scared. That Anka, you do some media, Anka, we've had a good fight and we felt our borders have been secure for us. There, I'm not to say it was 100%. Maybe I can say it could 99% James. There's a 1% chance of you dying, so you don't joke with it. It's almost secure now, but we are sleeping through. But we need to be extra careful. And if they will listen, let's gravitate towards some of these potent ones. The Johnsons, the Modernas, the Pfizers are there. And now, because we put World Health Organization, I can say some of the variants in the market are even fake. How sure can we be? Last time that citizen Kofi Amma was talking about it.
Yeah.
That they were
effective.
They were procure the questionable characters involved. He even doubts whether it is one of the originals, which is making sense, because if you doubt the messenger, the message must also be looked at, because it could have been tweaked. So you see, we should start looking at some of these things. You see, when I sit in studios, I remember fine, just to prompt us as a master, we need to be rigorous if you want to fight some of these things.
Yeah.
And one thing happening to is now, say who says this COVID is getting to Ghanaians too much. It's because of the decisions you are taking today. say a variant which is deadly has entered the country. Some of the vaccines we have are not effective towards it. We should be worried as a country. We should be worried. But see, I buy and say airport 150, only $10 go to Ghana government. Somebody takes 140 away. And then you'll be interested. As we sit here now, with you online, somebody told his experience to me.
Yeah, you say with you online.
The dean or message just a letter. You said no way, you should pay again. Or being date of birth was twisted. Again, there's no human face to it. You pay online to somebody's account, foreign account somewhere near Tibia Magana. Why are we doing this to ourselves? The money does not even go to sit in a Ghana account. Because he's been given that power. He's been given that power that's on Gigi Sikano man Ketwa. Why are we doing this to ourselves? And at this point, your vaccines are even being questioned by Awendare. Dr. Awendare. I like his name a lot. Awendare. You know that song? In the jungle. That man was part. So the reality is that there's a basic problem. He's giving the caution, and I'm expecting people who matter. When it comes to this thing, Dr. Okoboy, I mean, very knowledgeable, very smart. I take some of my COVID tips from him. But he should be worried and be telling his government as it is that we are not lucky. The Sputnik and Co. are not effective against a variant which has found its way in Ghana. Opo, how end it there?
How can you end it there?
No, but that is what I'll tell you. My knowledge ends where the doctor has told me that a variant has entered Ghana.
Doesn't this tell you, say, Ibia, let fix the country protest and also it need to be looked at and maybe postponed till further notice, considering this variant invasion in Ghana?
You see,
should we say because Sir John, they are not my mistake, or we all ambassaded them, they've done it, so we should, or you think this demonstration is a must, or it should be guided, considering this new variant that has entered into the country?
You see, all will be brought to bear. I think it's a genuine cause, but we say timing is everything. The time they want, and this variant was brought from outside.
Yeah. So
it can be used. In the reality is that it can only it can be used now as a reason not to. As a very good reason, say as much as you are fighting for it to come on, but so if you think about the fact that the same reason will be ascribed, that then why did Sir John's funeral come on? So we pushes that button.
And America said, yes. And she said, I am from so back. That is my question.
They didn't agree that I am from so.
Sometimes, of course.
Sometimes I want to hear that part. You see, sometimes I can say, oh, of course. I mean, that is good. There's a reason Bible says that confess with your mouth and believe in your heart. Romans 10:9-10.
We don't need, but even some Occupy Ghana. A lot of people came out telling the organizers, even MPP for Nabi the organizers,
the family. Yes. So the reality is that once we agree to that, but it's not, for me, still not enough a reason that these people wanted to hold yes first. Suppose if that's the case, first the country wanted to do it first. You said no way. Then allow the funeral to go on. It's different when you tell me that the funeral was first. They wanted to hold their own. You said no way. You took them to court, but you still sat them for Sir John's funeral to go on. As much as possible, I wouldn't sit here and say that okay, 2 wrongs should make a right and found your mom. The reality check should dawn on them. If a doctor is telling them that variants has entered the country, which is very, very dangerous, and our vaccines are not enough. Face the country. If I'm a judge on this case, I will tell them that they need a relook. It's about as much as you want a country face, we can't resurrect dead people. Well, I agree with what the president said, but it doesn't exonerate the Ghana Police Service for not being for that unfairness to them. That one too is that it has been very unfair to them, but it also doesn't erase the fact that I want to go by what the doctor is saying.
Yeah,
the doctors have been very vocal, vociferous on this one,
because almost the doctors need be a number no you can say 18 and
I think you have to look for it. It doesn't really come to mind. You see, but the truth is that I like the doctor's stance because they've never relented on this. After that super spreader event, they wrote articles. They spoke about it.
Association. That I can say prosecute, even including the president.
They nearly have to say that they were very foolish as far as medicine is concerned, because they didn't need to do that when they know that there's one very big enemy, who unseen enemy we are fighting. But it's really hard to go on unscathed, which sometimes you have to let it go in that regard. But the reality check in all this discussion is that maybe face the country, back up from awareness, people should know that if the doctors are speaking, we need to also look at it. But nobody will take their coin away from there that the system has been unfair to them, wanting to hold an event. Somebody are dilly-dallying, but the truth is that COVID is still alive. For now, I'll go more with the medical people. Okay. That's how it is happening there.
It's dangerous.
They should hold.
And with the Sputnik V and then AstraZeneca not being effective to this variant, we need to be careful.
There's a problem that we need to quarantine this new variant. Not to say that whatever, but there's this variant that if they are 47, you can fight against 45. But there's a sixth one which you should prevent yourself from getting. So we need to really do a lot in the quarantine aspect so that we don't get some of these things getting into preposterous numbers like what has happened in India.
Unity Radio 103.9 Anopa Bosuo so na we emphasize that kase ma Rashida Financial Services se ba ne se sika se monto to ye mortgage protection, college planning, da bia ye kan na abusuan didi agro eno na ne ye word of motivation ye de ma say the future starts today, not tomorrow. Until umano started that papa ma ye college education planning efa ema Pope John Paul and kan sa asem no eno nti ne recommend Rashida Financial Services e de amount say basic asem to ye dia me ho aginetu ehunim die no Rashida ene obekasa no aboa wo se wa wo ye wadwuma na opese wo ye retirement ni nyina no obeye bi amount ono a be bi amount college planning abusua no de hia me pa nkwada no moma ye easy life ema auto insurance car na utwe no policy no wo upper bra Rashida ho obema discount to bia wo qualify for na even more na policy no eso aba from ne bad life insurance I will see omo policies ni na ye non medical ye meka say na blood pressure osoro na okotodwe na osisi na sciatica nti ye ntumi ma life insurance there be omunye medical bia and omo premiums ni na level so we start HR life insurance policy with Rashida Financial na yesu be $50 a month, $100 a month a lifetime. You don't pay and we tell you say market na fluctuate, stock market na say nti say premium na ye di bi ka ho da bi benefit no so de tier na tier enu nti na ye come for Rashida Financial the amount index universal life with cashback no emu e dey eno I say 401k we life insurance na ho chirewa utumi gi benefit ni bi na say fan say benefit no at the end of the day na 100,000 200,000 na ubetumi agimu sika ni bi na ye ojo benefit final one na ni atie free unya no ba bia agi say Rashida Financial Services enu nti na ye ka che wo say all high they are hiring licensed and non-licensed all agents in America. Tisa will be our financial expert and now your licensed insurance agent. Rashida Financial Services they are hiring. Inti enu omunkasa amusi so we need you now your licensed and so now will be when you see Casamon to your oba ombebuao no more sponsor na omama training no to me aquaculture or license exams oman be to who can na free almost 781 354 3060 781 354 3060 now ne Rashida Financial Services enso nkasa na omuntumi mu na bibia nso entumi enkonkan omutayechi ene edi dwumadi bro sanso ene edi aseda PSC pa ma Danko African Market kankale ba manucho beka chew odi odu Danko akachense manucho na sememra bema utedue mayemre open hahamanum pure organic de free Ghana we yemfa preservatives bia ngugugugu mu no kankale ba Danko African Market 785 Main Street upe wo enye kroma de CC price or any price shop ani bi the free Guinea any Ghana pure African honey ni na no benya bi ato ewo Danko African Market ka cho ma mi yes Africa stores na okroma no kame as supply mu nyina niema the wholesale kakraka bi no enu nti the new Danko that is the right place. A bonus of that form. So to adia no achawadia. Otadia na achawadia. Unyan babia. I just said Danko African Market 785 Main Street. Otayechi. Any discussion see bro supported by KM Raf Roofing. Onoso boy in Chidom. Manu your next topic ansani ababa share Child Rights International for survey na omodiabano. Reference Chachuchi Kata a grantee interview bi kasa on a couple of topics recently. Na dia ba ko kasa fa ho se Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo owura friend se matana midudi adwuma to ho as special prosecutor. Krata tenten a otworo as a resignation letter. Ene ensam a orezi ye friend Nanado se I don't know nsem se Sami Jamfi kan twi ɔse kɛtasehyɛ mu pramere ana ɔka ne sɛ
pramere mu maame baby
sɛ pramere maame ɛwɔ kɛtasehyɛ mu sɛ ɔse Matanamidu friend Nanado say or your mother serpent of corruption. Mother serpent of corruption.
Yes.
And now your friend is saying Matanamidu different Nanado. Now reference say Chachuchi Kata say what describe say a very serious. Matanamidu describing his appointing authority, President Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as mother serpent of corruption is a very serious allegation. Now he said how the appointment of Matanamidu ended up tells a lot about the commitment shown in the fight against corruption under the Akufo-Addo government. Only TV3
yes,
and the Dean Komona yentie ni interview no except no kakrebi na meminja issue no ma.
Beyond the verbal commitment to fight corruption,
you know,
in your view,
once upon a time we heard that the setting up of the office of the special prosecutor was a demonstration of commitment
of this administration to fight
corruption. And we saw a special prosecutor being appointed who was seen as a citizen vigilante, you know, who would address the issues. Now, how did that special prosecutor end up? He ended up actually referring to his appointing authority, the president, as the mother serpent of corruption. That's a really serious allegation. When an auditor general, who is supposed to be an independent, you know, public servant with a major responsibility for addressing issues of corruption in the public service, when he gets hunted down in the way that the past Auditor General was hunted down from office and unable to perform his role, sent on leave and so on. I don't think that, well, you know, even before that he'd been sent on leave and so on, and then in the end they said his time was due and there were issues about his date of birth and so on and so. But the signal that all of that sends, including to people who are supporters of this government, the signal that sends out is not such a good signal. I mean, I have seen and heard people who were fervent advocates of the president express their concern in relation to some of these issues. And you see, we've got to recognize that, you know, I mean, the citizenry as a whole lives very close to all these events and activities, in the sense that people live next door to ministers, to aides to the president, to, you know, political appointees. People live next door to them in communities, and they observe them. They observe, you know, how they splash money and how they behave, you know, when they are in public.
Manu, Chachu, talking about Matanamidu. He started with Matanamidu, how Matanamidu can say Nanado, a mother serpent of corruption, or say serious. And then he descended to talk about the Attorney General Domelevo, how he was treated, how he felt, Auditor General, Domelevo, how he was treated, how he was asked to go on leave, the date of birth, near day. Or see, all these things culminate for people to see, say, as I said here, na yesi ka ketasehye ho asem na yesi ka se na nado beko ketasehye no e na Matanamidu nso kan ya won kan ho hwe no damning and dangerous.
Yeah, I think I mean, this is statutory kata. When it comes to law, it's a legal luminary. It comes with all those assets. You never get tired listening to him. He has a way of sustaining your interest and talking about issues. Just that sometimes it gets a bit law-minded. Sustain interest now, yeah, baby, but it doesn't take away the substance from what he's saying. Listening to him, I think he just reiterated what most of us have been saying over the moment. People know his acceleration, where he sits People might even say that he's crying more than the bereaved. He has a way of making it look like, and if a friend is a mother serpent of all corruption, he doesn't really care, because sometimes a cat also it gets a lot of the noise and buzz that it really wants. So maybe he decided to really keep quiet about this one. But to look at it deeper, I think where I agree with him is that to select somebody for a position that you believe that is competent enough to go through a process, a vetting process, and select him. Then he tries to get his job done. And when he feels frustrated for almost 2 years, nothing was really happening, he decides to go for the Japan royalties. And he said a lot of things about the Japan royalties. He wrote articles on articles and point on point. I remember the presidential secretary, executive secretary, Asante Bediatu, also trying hard to answer him back with some of the retorts. Rhetorics. Yeah, he tried to retort to some of the things that he said. Well, I think Chachu, per his declaration, only wanted to accentuate or bolden the things that have been said. I missed an interview and he wanted to come out on it that the president should be worried that Obiya Wankasa so competent enough and he has the requisite to really fight corruption for you, gets on a case and he hits a landmine and realize that you are really, really, really much more involved in the issue. Then he decides to resign and start throwing it out there. He might say but it transcends. Ghana no will be so every young person, and I think you go there between even poverty, corruption, and employment. Which one do they want to see Ghana get rid of? I think corruption seems to be on everybody's mind. During the time of Mahama, incompetence, but I think this time around the word corruption looks more
incompetent and corruption. Mahama.
Yes, but this time around, but the incompetence was mentioned every day in our ears. But now the corruption looks like the tag everybody seems to be drumming down. That's what I'm saying. It's a perception. I mean, until proven, I'm one person I believe so much that we have the CPI, Corruption Perception Index. Then you have the reality.
Mami Obama masters vaccines nasem ahanye dum so. And the my trend say onza miana me call it
sometimes. I mean,
because
I say little we never trip it. I mean, but it's easier to restore to.
Na ye can vaccines nasem na ye ka say doctor ne say so mo hwe Pfizer.
Yes.
And na o ka say denopo we dear also we die be that too. Even Sputnik and AstraZeneca now we are buying $29.19 and Pfizer the $100 per bottle.
Oh yes Pfizer you pay through your
so
nose.
Go back in order
Pfizer you pay a lot. I mean maybe in American products I'm a plenty virtually no.
But that's a bad thing. Let's go.
Bad and
move on.
But me nurse no my down for nurse no say all vaccines be vaccines no. I don't know me person na hwe so no. So dey one cash.
Well the hell going
all vaccines be vaccines.
Your important research to talk about.
Because for Pfizer Moderna no here. Yo, definitely. I went there with someone called Dembeko, and I'm on to sell no more. So I think that for him, for now, Chachu's when it has to do with the fact that corruption seems to be so much on the minds of people now, and it starts from some people who say, like I said, where people some disagree with me that corruption is there, but you expect leadership to take quick action or to be exemplary with it. That is where the issues are. You don't go to the extent that okay, burn the excavators. You say when people who perpetrated some of these crimes are still working freely on the surface of the planet, especially Ghana. And Chachu is only saying that for the annals of history and everything, he feels the president should be worried and should do everything possible to wipe out those tax. That something was done about it. And he's written some of these articles 5-10 years down the line. It will still be brought to bear and people will be discussing it. The president should be worried that they put such a huge tag on him by somebody he employed to work for him and give him all the mandate to do it. And that was his investigation. So I think it almost lies on the president to really give it a listening ear or not. But I feel it to be I am a bit worried about the leadership direction of not punishing and rewarding. It looks like everything should go through. The next thing is that let's punish the weak and exonerate the strong. Idea is okay, excavators and the ancient na yenja nipa na omudi dibone no. That's all then still beats my imagination. But he should be worried that such a tag has been put on him. Whichever way, if Amewu is still alive and kicking.
So what should the president do, if I may ask? Chachu is saying it's a serious tag, which I do agree, because we are pound is a special prosecutor. So omeko ketasishama odi adwumane to no se wunti, because ketasisha na wo si omeko no okra o ye ketasisha no o ye ne mame
o pamre
ne mame, like to say when we ne more in short terms no
o pamre mame
when we ne more into when we ne more. What should the president do to, just like Chachu is saying, it's a serious tag, which we all do agree it's a serious tag. What should the president do to exempt himself and to let the people of Ghana know, say, well, Chachu might have made a big mistake saying that I'm a mother serpent of corruption.
Yeah,
Amewu, sorry.
Yeah, you see, maybe my style will be too robust, but I think that the players in that Ejapa deal, he needs to call them or throw them out there that they need questions to answer. I think for me it will be the first line, but I've grown to realize that I've spoken to seasoned politicians to tell me that it becomes difficult. Maybe he has to live with it, because in his bid to really remove that tag, he has to step on mighty toes, because there are two major way around debacles, or I will say issues hanging around the president. He needs, and there are players in there, because as you sit here now, PDS is still hanging in the balance or on the balance, because for whatever it is, this the whole idea that they took some of our monies, she said I because they provided a bank insurance guarantee, which was not proper. Then we have the Japa deal too. So if you ask what should the president do, the president, I think when Martin Amewu was given opportunity to look into the case, he accused some people in there.
Yeah,
he said that this and this are what they've done. So the president should say, okay, this is what Martin Amewu said. I'm giving the opportunity.
Yeah,
that the people who were mentioned to also exonerate themselves, to take them to court and let's fight the cases out. I think it will bring some sanity into the system. That Ken Oforiatta was implicated in there near the end. You find a way. See, that there was this recent one that I even forgot, that when Ken Oforiatta, I'm told, went to parliament, he was asked about the jet and he said he needed more time to do the computations or talk about it. All these things, people get worried that you do serious complex analysis of the Ghana economy and stuff, but president Otu Kwame in this private jet as a finance minister, how much a casen your boy is what Okudjeta Black are saying, rather, or do they hold water? Is it true that we spend so much near the edge? These are some of the little things that people get a bit worried. So what should the president do? I think that the few cases, in any case, they are known ones, but few are now Martin Amewu or look into now or say these are the issues at stake. He should take them test by test and deal with them. If he's able to do them, then we'll have some little respite that, okay, this is what Martin Amewu said. Not what Martin Amewu said. It's not egged in stone, and it's not sacrosanct. Say on your kind of dear. Yes, but we should find a way to let them. He alleges, he must prove. But when he's telling us that the president was telling us, no, put this case down, wait here, go and fight this one. The president must prove to us that that was not what really went on. So that test case, not the man. No, he should let us look into it. But I think that sometimes it's a difficult charge that I'm asking him for. So he live with it. If it's a mother of us and then it's not, he lives with it.
Unity Radio 103.9 Anopa Bosuo Suni. Danko African Market and Wholesale, KM Raf Roofing, Rashida Financial Services, and Afi Vernon Women's Health Services. Dr. Kwame Mponsa Dano Adaruma. Afi young getting into the later part of the show. We are in the last maybe half hour before we open the phone lines for our viewers and listeners to join us. Mo share on Facebook, ni YouTube, ni na yada mo say. Mamia Ba Nkuma says, what is child labor? I remember when I was growing up on vacations, I sell certain things to get myself things. I want certain things I want, and it has helped me. So what is child labor? I ask again. We are taking these human rights things too serious, too serious, and that has to do with the next topic that we are coming on, and we are going to look at this issue. Minister called Minister Oyemi body pa oko interview and our interview na Central for Bisano asem na dintia o sorry free meeting I say eno na man na aba ka ho asem yeah, the minister got out of the interview interview. Now Labour Minister storms out of interview over question on child labour. The Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Ignatius Bafuewa, shocked journalists in Koforidua in the Eastern region when he stormed out of an interview after a question on political will in the fight against child labour. The minister was about to be interviewed by journalists on sidelines of a parliamentary select committee on employment, social welfare and state enterprise seminar on child labour, where he addressed participants about the existence of child labour in various communities and its repercussions on the victims and international trade, particularly cocoa commodity. The first question asked by a Ghana web journalist, Mark Anthony Dejenga, said, "Honorable," and I quote, "Honorable, we are in 2021 and child labour still seems to be a big challenge in Ghana. Is it that the political will to curb this challenge has been low?" Got the minister infuriated and stormed out of the interview. Now, Mr. Bafuewa quickly retorted, and I quote, "I will not answer this question. If this is how you are starting your interview, I will not answer. Any small opportunity you people get, you want to push somebody into politics, I won't answer. Have you people been seeing me featuring on your programs?" Question, end of quote. The minister then walked away from the interview. Surprised by the action of the minister, the journalist kept wondering how a question of political will by government on child labor constitutes politicization of the menace. According to UNICEF, of all children in Ghana aged 5 to 17 years, about 21% are involved in child labor and 14% are engaged in hazardous forms of labor. This is twice as common in rural areas. For proper households, child labor is a negative coping mechanism, and most of the children are involved in agriculture and fishing industries. In all regions, the vast majority of working children are unpaid family workers between the ages of 5 to 7 years, while usually boys are more likely to be doing manual work. This could be due to household interpretation of what constitutes child labor. Thus, the heavy domestic workload for girls, including childcare, is not considered labor. There are no reliable figures on the number of children affected by the worst forms of child labor, sale of children, child prostitution, and trafficking, and children living and working on streets of Ghana. While accurate numbers of human trafficking cases don't exist, it is believed that the large majority of all cases involve children, mainly girls. Manu, so this is what happened. And Anaba Nkumeka say, as she say, the human rights no echo too far. She feels that say obi about 12-13 years akwala eco school ba now mame to ade no oboa it shouldn't be considered child labor because ono usu ano otonioma etotonioma man ho boa no ko school at the time now feel say obetumi aboa mame, but all these things are being considered child labor. But Ignatius Bafuewa, I told you sir nefa free chikrom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, nefa free chikrom ne mame, in fact ena your chikrom hima sisi ame no kase. Yeah. Ena oko Koforidua, and then oko interview bisa on the child labor once now I walk out. I think that wasn't a good one. Even though he's a free room, it doesn't make it right.
That's an unfortunate one. Yeah. You see, this are marks of
because na make us say, Mamia ba na mo look at the angle, Mamia ba message or the buy.
Yeah.
Until you can answer the question in the affirmative way, nipa no negative story free ho. Now we positive answer. Given that by walking out on journalists,
I've always said, I mean, they be a very good afternoon to Bob G, my former radio manager. You know, we be back.
Mami Abba say, what is child labor? Question mark.
Yes.
I remember when I was growing up on vacations. When I was growing up on vacations, I sell certain things to get certain things that I want, and it has helped me. So what is child labor? I ask again. We are taking this human rights thing too serious and too far.
To answer again, I think.
No, I'm just reading the message. Say,
yeah, maybe I'm
No. Look at the topic.
No, but say, okay, yeah, I think we have a topic on child labor. I mean, percentages for Ghana.
We now. Yeah. So, included in the story, which is why a journalist, Ebisa minister, about child labor. Say, is it the government that doesn't have the will to fight child labor?
That's the substantive and per se make company. Yeah. See, child labor. Child labor.
Now can be.
It's a controversial one in Ghana. I remember Kwesi Pratt when crowds in our studio when I was younger. I'm discussing say, "Mami emphasize world."
Definition of child labor.
Exactly. Yeah,
because it's a
UNICEF definition.
Yeah, and until I'm say, Mami Abel can say, "I no more say who are back," because they did mention say akwala all 5 to 7 years. Crowd the nekwa fum. O mami ye fu, papa ye fu. Now the o the nekwa fum. Okojawa. Exploitation means what?
Yes, that's how they want to define it. But I'll try my best to really.
Yeah, no, make us say no.
But there's child labor. There's child labor and what we might not consider child labor.
If you're human, you know, can say child labor.
It is not.
Child care near the.
I wouldn't consider that. I would personally, Ghana wouldn't consider that.
And I say you are taking it too serious.
But Mami should also see the side. So West Plateau, Kolano, Manam school. Now woman would drain any energy to do just for you to exploit. Now when you cash from it as child labor, Akwala of school going in Nyasoti, farm or Boko. Cocoa 10 years omobo cocoa na you exploiting there na my parents now $1 a day near there you exploiting the kids. That one I consider child labor.
Nti manu joma in this case metie kurase na bia sisi akra de school be baby o ha school kra omu ni bi o meko baby ti say subri so kurase bia meka say me we secondary school na me pese I have a taste of how some casa story we had. Yeah, na me call her baby Subri Suni Krono.
Yes.
But the Kurasi, you have to walk one miles
just
to come to Subri.
Yes.
Until beauty, Sai Kurasi almost so omo phone and on my net 9 team.
Yes.
And on this amp pray in bamboo in a boss dinosaur. And on team. It is such a personal take Kurasi. And I want the money now on your mutisa deep remote area.
Yes.
It is so quite for more on your day.
You
send a man on to me.
Or no, but it's still child labor. You see the definition of child labor that you are depriving the child of a school going and sapping his energy. That is child labor.
No, I
and the government, you see, that's just the parents.
And that was going to be my next question. Say, come hano. Yeah. What definition of child labor? No, town be a village, be on the school.
Exactly.
Town be a village, be on the police station. It is a exactly. But until I said there are some communities deprived.
Exactly. Would we blame is another story.
Yeah.
But by definition, child labor of school
so
going age.
How to break it down.
Yeah, school going age and we depriving of a lively way. Going to school, you are sapping in mental, physical way. It's being drained to work for you to get produce out of it to go and sell.
And yet necessarily for the mother, the father to exploit the child. But only option. To say baby American say okay so do babeko from very early.
Yes.
So okay say because we on say queer for no from that and no contempt say on betuma year juma more because we any people no shall say bread. And that is what they do for a living. It is a baby American o pesa do ba no abeba school subri so a ebi adano nkwafum.
Yeah. But still child labor.
No, I'm not saying it's not.
I get you. But you can't blame the parent. Boy understands that you can't blame the parent. Yeah. Then you advance it to blame the country or the leadership of the country.
Yeah.
Because saying okay, I say no, you Kenya, a child of school going age by 10 years not to car. My police cry to Mr. Pubisau. You have to get very good permission while your child is in your car.
Yes, about
I always tell you where I know, but maybe I cannot say but because friends and people headmaster no must give you permission. Because Ubeka chase akwalani yare omunya access na ka say okay wo permission ti police in which I can say oko school when for free school on me besides it's done because some parents absolutely don't want to take their kids to school. Omeka chase oba no once you want there or you belongs to the queen, you don't have the right to say me mama bank school UK. And if I no come back to Ghana and I say if I no come Nigeria, it is your right. But akwalani to UK so one kwa there you want a question. You understand? I agree with you that in this case, their child labor becomes a bit more refined. But yet the end of the day, say a colonial school, that's what banner beton one parent. I don't see it as child labor. personally for some few hours to be or come back home or bet me acquire classes. No what to me ADD no other na de check by our Ghanaian definition the and yet child labor. Baby we no to ade nkwa de child labor but
that's how cry be mu and say it defines America hanka child labor because it be mu 17 almost start age mo kruma.
Exactly. Say I say yeah, more 16. Yeah. Between 16 and 18 you can start doing some.
Head there up to mom say according to UNICEF all children in Ghana aged 5 to 17 years 5 to 17 years about 21% are involved in child labor.
Yes, because
but most of America have 16 years
exploit but you see it comes in degrees. That I will consider a child labor when a parent decide that my neighboring school near there, but sometimes it's beyond them. It's beyond the parents. And he's born in they are born in villages where there are no access to schools or any formal education near there. It's child labor by definition and everything. The child has been deprived its normal
deprived of the rights to live basic things, education, healthcare.
Exactly. That's
in this sense, education more.
Yes, we consider it child labor, which we, as a country we should be worried about. You don't have to sit in the high chair in Accra and feel that any day so you crash the and they saying yes, school anyone near there. It's your duty that every Ghanaian child, wherever he is, should be given opportunity to go to school, should be given an opportunity to get a square meal to eat. And the parents come to me for there. You as a country, that's why we say proud to be a Ghanaian, proud to be American. It's beyond your parents. Your parents will grant you provide that. The system should provide for you. They will be dealt with later. But Kolani, they will the basic rights in idea to live. Then to the man in the character Ignatius Bafwe, yeah, he's added his name to my brain. I was telling you a beautiful story about my boss Ibia Kojo Yanka, former way not very astute in
Kojo Yanka, yeah.
You know, Bas studio na you be some question for say you don't really stay in Ghana, you stay in the US. The family was say JB Abeshe US by 4 months, so about Ghana by 2 months in there, but that's the same. Now Kofoka say want in Ghana and to manage football in the region. Then he fled up. Oh, Momo Kasano Munim Yansa say. Then the boss walked in or see, you know what? With all due respect, sometimes people can ask you foolish questions and you can make a lot of sense out of it.
Yeah.
Nipa nebi says I want in Ghana no. Oh, do you know why I travel? Me coin sponsorship deal. Me the abba say
I do this when I travel. I do that
exactly.
When I travel.
4 cases I've had scholarship through my meetings with this person. By meaning for if even their lies, you've turned it into positivity. That alteration one number say on to me in making impact be and yedway into who you as minister for labor,
yeah,
and child
it falls under your jurisdiction.
That's the work on the first question. Say what is political will? You see, you can break it down. Political will do mean say government too, because people are nipa cry politics. See, ye 10 was saying na see ye koye bibi na say yanko na say ntumi ye deliver you don't have the political will to remove that person. You see, but we know when there is a bit of mischief in the Obisa and the opposite church MPP for now. I want to mean fighting winner and I said then. But you could have channeled it into positivity. But for you to start saying that, sorry, do you know what? I will not answer. I don't come to your meetings because
your program. I don't be on your shows
because everything you want politics. It's a low blow. So what is he there for? Is he not there as a politician? You can say everything politicizes and everything or not more party colors to it and not be to it. But if somebody wants to politicize and put a government on it, I think that is the beauty of life. You are there as MPP, as a political party. You felt you have very good solutions to Ghana's problems. In Tiafama, Obi NDC, he's been pushed aside because they thought his policies are not good. We're rebranding or with a renewed thought. So everything has a political undertone. There's a vision we want to make Ghana a better place, but politically we believe that there are two wheels that we are moving. One feels that the blue and white should take us. Somebody feels that the green and black should take us. So I'm very disappointed that he should.
Maybe the minister felt that Obisa nice question. So don't bring the political word. Just ask a question, sir. So how can we keep this as a country? So, but also guys, is it that the political will to keep this challenge has been low? So the political will, no, the question is
that's why I've been googling about political will. What is political will? Because willpower, political will, politics, not just politics, a group of people. Politics are a group of people believing in democracy. So that is what we call political will. So you see, I see marks of arrogance. I don't really know him much, but for him to sit on the high horse and even start telling them that if you're observant, you realize that I don't deal with people like you. because of these things. Who is he? You see, sometimes we should respect people to respect us back. One thing I've realized about Arnold was some beautiful program with Showbiz. Well done for Arnold. You know, he spoke about something that
Arnold, man.
Well done for maybe if you say well done for Showbiz Arnold.
Oh, Arnold. Okay.
Okay, maybe say there's that conscious effort that there's a realm of
more.
I know.
We shared last week on
exactly,
Bulldog name Hammer Motion. I watched it last night and I was even pissed more. Who so been to me you so entro where say you should describe will be would there will be actually on the post Bulldog Hammer post to there.
Yeah, he was insulting or can't.
That guy is very arrogant.
He disrespected.
Very arrogant.
Disrespecting Hammer.
And McBrown didn't host the show well.
Yeah,
many and you I saw Shieldy Arnold because Arnold is a regular panel. On so yes sir, where you showbiz it's an industry I mean I belong.
Exactly.
And yes sir, I go far outside that is a party member be abahano be bully manucho na metina show.
Exactly.
Where the
industry
I mean na woman brown
there should be respect.
That Arnold guy
yes.
oh yeah very arrogant.
No, but you see he says something.
And then now you see chill near the day on air. Live TV.
It was so disrespectful. I agree.
Brown, I like my Brown a lot. I tell you all the time. Say Ghana definition of celebrity.
Yes,
she's my celebrity. Exactly. But she, as a sort of stamping authority on the show.
I even said it on the show that Nkopo feels he doesn't.
Yeah, she said it on the show.
Yes, but he
also
feels,
because
also feels they are grown ups.
No. Yeah, Bulldog. And what is your reason? What is your?
Yeah, you
are there as a host. Yeah,
about to meet
Bulldog. Also, Bulldog name. We mo kasa. No chede but. Arnold make us like that because of person. I think obi a we century ni a we dey adwuma we chiacha no. You clearly can observe and see say as na protect or shield Arnold and prove say what Arnold did was right. That was exact. But men cause I'm a guy, me guy. Arnold no
but I said the only point I wanted to take out of him was that people feel that some arm of government is not important. I say journalists here that they are not an important arm in a nation building. Say music in we're not turning on what the answer would teach now can want some keke. Into what kind negative that we a hater, what kind positive that we a lover. You see the same way with politics.
Mamia Base Mimisa said you know define a child labor no nyajin say akwala akwafum wako school about papa akwafum no na akono akobo papa. How is that a child labor?
Wako school about you said. Wako school about.
No, the child labor is not defined based on one school.
No, but one major thing called child way now depriving a child going to school.
No, but any school go and look at the Omo research and Omo feel say akwala, but they have even included household chores.
I knew it. Let
say Ushakwa.
Your
organization. About girl, right?
Yeah, I have a girl.
When you say?
About 7.
Okay, 7-year-old girl now. Two Obano di 7. No fan sanka wa fufro. Maybe I'll say, oh, mommy, daddy, any mommy I busy now. Me ko abanti hwa akwala 2 hours kwa they consider that child labor.
But you say me can you say your World Health definition your Ghana definitions well. I said that from the start.
No, but so where UNICEF international.
No, but we no say child refers to exploitation of children through any form of way that deprives them of their childhood, interferes with their ability to attend school. First, ability to attend school and is mentally, physically, socially, and morally harmful to them. It is a school there. One of the major problems
to attend school 1 and 2 a day
interferes with the ability to and is mentally, physically, socially, and morally harmful.
So when you exploit the child physically, mentally. Because what nekoya former juma physical exploitation and it's mental too.
Exactly.
It's not school no number 1 but other sub bullets
and we've come to agree that your UNICEF definition unless you be examine person met Ghana there. Ghana has redefined it. Like the kids
the question came out because UNICEF had done a research on Ghana. You see, UNICEF used to Ghana definition no and answer UNICEF say all children in Ghana more in fear in fear edunson 21% are involved in child labor
because Ghana
14% are engaged in hazardous forms of labor. Twice and this also said only twice as common in rural areas. In two rural areas cities no crown there 21% no and rural areas here twice. And he said Ti say subiri su dey America 41%.
Because baby on my piebo obekona nkwala no school going time no moto piebo.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
Which is wrong. Even in the city, so bo on man benefit school ba or exploiting no the nyame sinity so say koton na menye skendi di. Yes say wo koton because I'm teaching you how to sell. But the idea is that you kaishi oba no the body sinity so from 12 midday no till 6 p.m. the child is selling. It is you are exploiting the child. As far as I'm concerned.
Where exploitation means
the child is enough rest.
Yes. You see, Indina Okasa Ghana ni UNICEF maybe we be me actually Ghana ni UNICEF Okasa Ghana one definition because show on my na ye free mono on my na ye timono. Say the international standard measure you did talk about UK, America, say akwala intimin koton your friend is saying adie
was
more because mama no oye adwuma buying show.
Yes.
On the two different economies.
Exactly.
Ghana obi oton tomatoes. Ne ba no ja no kura wo fia. That is also so ni akwala ni enesa wo kan sa that is a child abuse.
Yeah.
Sa akwala ni nyefie edu bet sense so anase ebi ayi a ebetime janifia maame ni beti ebetena gbagulushi kaneshi makola woti kajetia central market or ton tomatoes ne bana ko school wapon waba akola no kwa tenafia eno so another negative way ti akola na ba and or feel say okay this is my son, my daughter, my son waba abetranti otenome hu no me ton tomatoes obi ton bi o fa we man you say and is that child labor?
You see, and I make us say, Ninya, it depends on we being true.
Because I didn't want exploitation. She can't buy my no just got the other.
No, but money
the point is, but until I make us all say different economies. A ham tisa, Bagana tisa. Because we learn from our parents. Maybe Papa, no, the equal me come to school, we equal especially on weekends, Saturday, Sunday, be equal from will try out domain. And we learned a lot of things because children should also learn.
Unless you are saying you and my member telling me that there's no child labor in Ghana. Unless you and my member can say, for as far as you are concerned, there's no.
Maybe agree. No, there is. Maybe agree.
Then how will you define
it? Maybe agree with my member. Maybe child labor. And say they talked about said utong kwala into more or less like slavery. Tong me obiko you see on my year juma. But me na me bate. Ghana, Obianim said you're Ghana. So
you can't exploit your own child. Nobody say, well,
I don't buy into that exploitation. The word exploitation is when you sell a child, then the person can exploit.
Those are extreme. People are with their own parents, but parents are doing yani so on Kwalani Pesika.
What in Kwalani Pesika say?
School no credit baby cry Tuesday. Women call
it goes back to the economy.
Yeah, but still child labor. But already defining amount of child labor.
What's it World Health one day na Ghana one day. It is all defined by Ghana standard there. So my many deprive akwala say kotomo ko me ma unko school there. That is extreme.
But background now you see the whole day they turn a child labor because it needs to sleep, it needs to learn. No, revitalize for tomorrow.
You see, I perfectly agree with you on that. But my point is, you see, you have to look at the economy we are coming from.
Oh, yeah.
Also, sometimes when the average measurement in a measure, yeah, Brian, you quote from Kodo, man can't just school me to boy be Amani president.
Tell me to it.
Oh, man can't you? Makawa Hada, Anthony Mensa, may read video of my many in the core secondary school. You know, you move your Kobati said people had no mamen kwala bet say o mamen kwala bet for the gunu so oko school say was secondary school be kokra na only 18 no.
Yes, oh yeah,
you secondary school yeah nearly 18 years your course SS your ba fia yeah me ba fia me ba chikrom na me si frika mu af mo so ajanhye me hu say Anthony Mensa no a day student Anthony Mensa na amani si na pampam a all ton oton amani de ba o de amani ton ba chikrom nyina Michelle and hey Anthony, what to Amani and you're from Amani president. The Monday in school, medical man. In the school, your friend Amani president. You see how crazy I was in school. Well, it is you see on says Usasana. You and only a friend of bullying. No, also Usasana, who free say, if you are ye kakra channel. What I say because I tell me, mamma never got turn or their
yeah.
So I get the later part, na miss me, mammy, a ton brodo near de me call you so, a quadji brodo bar near de. Sometimes, and yes, sir. Maame no a penny say or exploit akwala no kama me no wish say systems were in place na only e bi kura no a single mother enko na ni kunu na eti ena bi anka ni kunu no akwa adwuma ba ne kunu ofie no no koton ade na nka wo hwe nkwala no but wonim Ghana so emema sem the way papa for feel say enye zo na hwe ba until make say all the systems sometimes definition will be there, but the system doesn't help.
I agree with you.
Who need choice?
You can even get someone who can convince you why he doesn't have a brain.
Who need choice? Sometimes it's tough.
For us, by definition, there are reasons.
Beautifully, the way I analyze it,
yes.
In America, in the developed countries, I agree with you perfectly. They say me ba junior. Now we're 13 years. 13 years. Now how crowd ne go head
exactly. No, the
how do ne go head? It doesn't happen. In America, say our part of the world, man, we difficult to blame parents sometimes because I thought that
time that I'm chasing background 30 years, no more candles, now they no more 280. No more
you're part of the world. How knows the system? No, that just like you were saying, the system even makes it harder.
For you to.
How better go for back with Jan Kwanchan? Just be out. Africa store. Maybe Ankwala no time be a. Best from free school, but maybe I'll be out to adios. Jima, mami. That's. But to me cry exploit. No.
How you be of fear on internet now?
Exactly. No more wow near day. You know. Yes. System ready.
I agree. For us it's child labor, but there are reasons why it's child labor. I say wako prison now we criminals. Now there are too many criminals in Ghana. There are more, but more reasons why there are more criminals.
It got to a point. Me na me go through Biama ne president. At secondary school man na me more than concrete.
Wow.
Because I had to do it. Me mama is at me papa jam me mama. Nkwala mako 3 last 3 boys. Brilliant. My mom wants to go to school. My mom is Crops Research Institute. Ni pay saying she has to come home and be chikosia. And to me, my will be oya abanye jumo. Euraba. Okoba osan be chikosia be yewe because he has supplemental money to buy any to. Oh, auntie, I realize no. She said, "Mena of the 3 na ye go school. No, mena mabe penny. So I had to help. Na me ye mortar. Me ye concrete. Me feel. I feel no be a me body no more or less me than day because some copper construction. You see how into sometimes this is the mommy about kind. Me nyandru 18 because me mommy exploiting me and I'm but it is not that on no can jam some me ana me cross me njai. But sometimes don't say Ghana no. Now one and SMF junior and we munko Ghana no munko sua nyansa because utite akwala of Ghana because you go through system be sometimes and you have been a catch us a master struggle man.
You get to find
you've in as much as I agree say child labor and ka system no said you can ka ban no our systems the government takes care of the people school or baby a community be well furnished schools they say krom ha say schools nyina anya peba facilities is everywhere but Ghana you need is it becomes very difficult.
We see why Ignatius Bafui why they did a lot of the service.
And some of Miami Krumi and come picking a story about you think I do
a lot of the
he
service.
Didn't do well,
when there are pertinent issues
you could have been answering and talking like we are.
You see the children suffer eventually. Maybe some question as a journalist then you decide to go a router. The journalist you work off journalists and you are proud, but the kids now you hear pertinent questions about them now you are not on the ground. The
politicians are always running
away. The elites arrogant. They are elite. They are arrogant. They show all these things, but sometimes don't blame
them. Fix the country. Back
up Vemawo.
Vemawo Kasanoka power in Ghana. I won't say Ghana. Now we can say NDC has gone back to repackage itself to come.
Yes.
You see, it is because they are in opposition.
Oh, of course.
That's what they do. That's the problem we have.
Yeah.
It's what they do when opposition are no munyansa or
they are the people. They are for the people.
Care the way they care for the people are bad. But when they assume throne, exactly. When they assume the throne, almost assume throne now. No more refi because if anybody had told me ever that the current president and an administration will be doing things the way things are going, trust me, I would have never believed it. You know, that's what they do to us all the time.
Yeah, human nature.
Yeah, and I don't know how was it Professor Ade? And I said Professor Wahe, MPP Professor Wahe. Dr. Chokratai. Doctor also at Kennedy. Yeah, at Kennedy.
He's a doc.
Yeah, at Kennedy. Professor Adai and Kofi Amwa and one last we na make article we almost say Ghana politicians no ehunu nyansa ehunu Ghana problems care for Ghana edo Ghana only when they are in opposition. And it is true.
Yes.
Omo ni power there. And yeah, I was an anno ya can Segleme house in Yakufu Adwejatui. As NDC buy a Kufu project. 30 military hospital.
Yeah.
Akufu Nana Asabre nani problem the biggest problem no. Over 500 bed hospital. Kufu started Mahama Bawanyanto.
Yeah.
And so one says Segleme buy. We are not saying it's good though, but that is the problem. Now they have realized Meshe and Mahama I listen to interview no Okasa.
Yes.
About Segleme housing. Any cheap compounds, any hospitals that was here, Nana do
abandoned. Yeah.
And so this same president talking now,
of course, affordable housing. That's that time. No, SDS. I remember SDS by NSA. But before started affordable housing, by that time they gave reasons. We say, "Edana yenwe no cry. Be master 12 years that blah blah blah." But
no, but I the power. Be an was so calling upon UST. And big project.
And you have the power that you give them back their money and give them to people who matter.
No, you have a problem.
You understand?
Politicians no problem.
Because ebia sagleme yenwe, but maybe politicians now match chamom. You read do package everything. Say, why do I have to give it to you? Shall we wonder affordable house?
Federal issue research no near course no because now child labor they are no link to and Kuala Child Rights International 55% of Ghana and Kuala say almost say young corruption. Yes, almost say children want corruption tackled in Ghana. Nkwalao.
The first, it was a question, which one do you want to be eradicated in Ghana? Poverty, corruption, employment, any other stuff. But this three.
Child Rights International has launched a new survey titled Ghana Through the Lens of Children, the Present and the Next 20 Years. One of the issues children wants to be addressed is corruption. They have called on authorities to also limit the powers of politicians.
Yeah.
Exactly. Child omuni 17.
Yes. Say the politician
between 5
and Oppo, you need to read some of the things they give.
Out of 11,288 children sampled, 48% of the respondents want poverty to be eradicated. Among the other things the children highlighted during the research was for authorities to create jobs, solve high unemployment rate in the country. The children who partook in the life experience survey report want powers invested in politicians limited. According to them, most politicians violate traffic rules and regulations, hence the need for them to be checked. And they talked about fighting corruption.
See, they try to stay in their own little lane. That even the way I'm not driving through town arrogantly, they feeling they are more important than others. I'm going work out sometimes.
48% in Eka say yenko yentu poverty, but 66%. And they can't say into corruption.
So you see, there's a problem.
60 corruption.
Yeah,
because it means corruption, poverty will go automatically.
Yes, exactly. I agree with you. Me reading, I'm saying, hey, so corruption it is now in people's heads and minds, and it's so big. That's a perception part. The government needs to see it as a priority. Don't be so busy on here and the corruption. And for then here was a corruption in first.
Yeah, was
not worried as a government.
From 5 to 11 and then to 17.
May you if you poverty men for the corruption first. It tells you that
66%.
It's a bigger problem.
From the key findings of the from the children, the top 5 things needed for Ghana to progress in the next 20 years. Reducing corruption was 66%. Reducing poverty was 48%. Creating new jobs 46%. Better living standards equal down to 27%. And limiting powers of politicians 25. Ghana and Kuala.
We live in a country. Kids feel that corruption. 66% feel that corruption is there, and the
biggest problem of the country.
And it permeates everywhere. It is beyond the borders of the just leadership. Everything you want. Back to your old school ama meta no ka say wo hia wo resource mpa headmaster say face cabra
na man can just say Jimmy
face cabra
me file me mama abakrum ha the embassy needed things school old school documents and it din was so and it me mama din was also first local school
yes parents and our show
and our guardian me mama din was so me kwaji primary there me kwaji JSS there but every level I had to pay
your way out
even JSS there no kwadi na west primary JSS omo say dada tie ha obi ji say omo ko tu ni o ma no to charge kesi and I'm say headmaster all I need is the document just get it for me and charge me I'll pay
exactly
one charge one nya omo ntua
so the corruption way no it's everywhere. But yeah, we get worried with the leadership because we believe that if the system is refined, people will align. We go and put them in jail. It's as easy as that. Come and say, one man person made dim raso, and they are kept in correctional centers. Because what I say, not that could drive. Why I say near Chiwa, you face the law. That is what they are thinking about. But yeah, the end of the day, kids at that age, say a politician, I need to be worried. Dan kwalane do say ne dwen say massa yebedi
adding to that now amount 3 minutes now the awieni afa course no say the same research no 55% of nkwalane say omo oblique future ebisa omo say omo person omo betena Ghana in the next 20 years and omo betu kwan research no be any 80 omo so omo di 20 years ekwa they want to travel abroad. Exactly. 55%.
Even me, you see, and some of us are victims, and I'm happy the youth are getting awakened. Once the first in pain for
94%. Nkwalane mu 94% say. According to the report, 94% of the children stated that they were worried about getting job in the next 2 decades. 20 years to come no. Nkwalane so mu wie school free SHS ni ade ekoso nyina no. So mbenya adwuma ye. Eni ho nti 94% want to travel were worried that the next 20 years
because sometimes I ask you that ejuma bena e Ghana sisi a we call first baby your KBL employing per 5,000 day and night running we call ebia western region your first your WAMCO your TBLC your
I'll print the entire report because I have a copy here. I'll print the entire report now.
It's a big issue but that there are no jobs, sustainable jobs in our country now. NABCO 400,000 within the next 3 months you are laying all of them off. You see, and when you listen to the politicians before they came to power, the beautiful stories that they eulogize.
Priority of children if given the chance to become leaders for a day. Say so leaders for Dakwa. A day na omo yeah. 71% is omo create jobs. 42 is omo fight corruption. 37% some improve quality of education. Look at our children identifying the needs of the country, and our leaders cannot. And 31% say they encourage entrepreneurship, and then 21% some improve infrastructure.
I mean, these are you see, and these are the problems in Ghana. These are the teething problems that we are facing every day as a country, and the kids are even seeing it. So the grown-ups and I don't know. They will go on radio shows and lie through their teeth that we are living in a heaven. You see, sometimes I fold myself and ask that, is it that they don't know? But I've had a few who tell me that, young man, you are very brilliant, you are smart, but don't think you are smarter than any politician. They are there to fight for their own just cause. How to make himself get enough money, put his kids out there to very brilliant schools. And
meanwhile, the positive aspect of the findings is 90% of them responded by saying that they are proud to be Ghanaians. So they are happy that they come from Ghana. They are happy that they are Ghanaians. Because you have to be proud because they're not free. Whether you like it or not.
I belong to the 10% anyway. I belong to the other 10%.
You are not proud that you are Ghanaian?
No. Proud of what? I'm being frank with you. Proud of what?
That free baby, that's a problem. Why? Just when you're proud
it's not that. But if I'm given a chance to change the Ghana, say they offer an American passport and a Ghanaian passport, which one should I trade? You think I should think about it? I wouldn't think about it for a second. I personally wouldn't think about it. But I agree. Some people are and says because I've been to Cote d'Ivoire near them how they are living standards and how they see life because we are seeing a crop up and we say for UK, Canada, US, and Australia.
But you are now about US, UK, Nigeria.
No, but UK before US. I mean, I'm not colonizing.
No, it doesn't. Yes, it's not how far, how well. if we yes pack no mo nti no mo tete so mo share asiu
majatum. So at the end of the day me Togolese and African mission abroad before I have the chance to come and stay here near the end. Maybe why sometimes you should be proud to be a Ghanaian. You speak one of the first world languages. Maybe you'll be a Spanish, not to downplay them. I'm to enjoy their world. Or kind of Spanish in Puerto Rico, Amico says in Niger. But that's the only thing I take. But people, our leaders don't make us proud. Which kind of reports? Say a lot of brain drain. People have finished work in Ghana.
Because it's a very interesting subject.
People don't have jobs.
More stories are unfolding, and then Peace FM opinion or that Child Rights International. No, your friends appear. Ekasaye and now explaining Yoma Bibre. Now this is an interesting research which we will continue to follow, and we'll be digesting and of course dilating it very well. Now yare the SSA empenin for ye never boama mine tumpon SSA yensu itumi ka na omonsu itumi eye iti eno no yebeko na afa course no wow o number wow number 995 obesha ase another the boat akona samen so ato aso. But before that the emphasis that kese ema Nabiam Barbering Salon so obe UT na ohwa efe no look sexy e attractive na wo Worcester hade a we ba cho bra Nabiam ho e wo Main Street yani opani asiama store no na ebo ho pepepe Nabiam se ano oba you don't need an appointment. If you need one to betumi a friend no brabe UT ma honye fe na bibia nkonkan the new ultra modern super barbering salon Nabiam Barbering Salon wura ho a bon say yes bibia ekoye sesi akọ ho a obi atumku ha obi Unity BAT Unity Radio Nabiam Barbering Salon sanso ene de aseda PSC ema Anochi Trading and Cold Store. So who ye outdooring, who ye engagement, who ye wedding. Na jumedie bia wudi no enam party. Me pa cho bra 54 Hamilton Street. Na bedu dwa nyina. Anochi Trading say ope eye pompano fish. Eno no daddy boat say opepa matise daddy boat. Epe sa pompano fish no. Ubenya bia to sa fish trabi no. O de ball light soup, o de bon katekwan. O de ye bibi ede. O tutu enso didi. Okenka eno manucho area pa no pompano fish very healthy, less cholesterol kama papa ubi satina of Virginia eno ano de mama kontare Anochi Trading and afi Nabiam Barbering Salon oma daruma eno maso asenti ye pick course no 508-304-9394 508-304-9394 outside USA +1 now ode number no out as 508-304-9394 ye jemu adwenkyere ti fisa ebre koi obetumi afre na so de adwenkyere de aba 995 mbacho ehwan ya sha ase ma me
Pompacho wa unya Ibrahim yan
mbacho pomboko de
opo me ho ya pa o Ghana
maintio
opo de dika ma mincha na membo abaso America ta mere de ya by Ghana had Tamere 520 go Andrew by 520 and a kobo na me gina to be 17 minutes na opposite say no ye kam na modify course no mo mayan hu na ye gina to check na no say ye gina to stand and the na sai olmo at the same time olmo to credit sai atre ye say kwa ba ye ntimama na me mo ma bato na men kan tira mo say juma mo ye no Ghana ha no musumye enti ye temu tambia etemu tede temu no aye kama pa na mpacho oto na no nura na mo be bi na me temu te mo discussion nako MP people so mo fa nako fo na woni se be eko 3 months ni.
That was a story. That was a story we did yesterday. We did it yesterday. So let's follow today's. Let's follow through with today's topics. We did that yesterday.
Okay, today.
See, NABCO story na Enra na NABCO ye bo omo PRO a voice wa hani ade. We did.
Man discusses the issue. No,
no, Enra na yes our issues. No, yeah.
Oh,
my Indio Casa.
The reason is that what you said, almost like twin. Peto, I'm a government almost like that's almost feeling. So it's that now, I'm so Ghana, I know. What kind of idea MP before more? Am I not to see? The same political. Now, no political. Okay, which America, look at the Ghana agent. Can I discussing? Who cares? I will test Papa. And let us say the time on the post, Yama. The tick, blue regime, Diana.
Ibrahim. Mami Ibrahim versus Ibrahim Lana. Daddy boat to us who we are not Samiko. Apum to say.
International minister so
Eradini Dini Bacho Mehoya Pama into.
You mention a T4 na or T4 or no more Krumo. MPP Ma Moon I on above Frank Bruno so mention. I make sure myself. And I could put it in enti na ku fada ahimye no de e kroje afiri na me timu ayede a yankopon na ni kwan a befa so a ebe mai papa akufado agene amana tutu a oman Ghana amai woni ni aba omia fancy say the battle is the Lord enti omo mudi machi banyina international no no of you go do this going to help frustrated baba kom na bi omo o fa ka tricycle so ka papa mai na wala so obi ntin oman Ghana on ko tra ko diwa papa international research about 55% say we are brother and come go blah international because you couldn't Ghana there social play me see we say I am from Labucha we did this something we can watch to cry bring ka ko free say abutere and also development development all the Mangala to agency and then the one say you don't princess Akonya the down say I won't not be team of one of the intermediate and you need to be army international
a better than I knew some
and 2 for 2 children. Hey, that's what you move out. You move on, you move papa. You go to Kutaba, whom you know, and I did to you. Now I'm glad to go far, you know, about Kuta. And now I'm well enough for the Warema, and you know, Abba. And now I minority, the next. And you never Kaka, never can say, on my pay for no. Then to 2 members, and then I was Professor Aduchu. All that education, from P4 to 4, no. On the exam to be said, on my name to the actual Mano, no moving in. When you say on that what, you don't have a report to me because I say, let me do create the amount for moon percentage in your feet, so moon create. Now I say, you need to create, not international, you do 3 and graduate, Omuko nuclear. It is a create and I don't come from Trinidad and Flat. It is a piano, she no my Ghana. I have to try a coach. Now, I have shown you know, money or my Ghana. Every Kamamuno, you send to in the power, Mujan, the more years are international, oh my Ghana, a day. Yamika, no more in your by Michelle Dam.
Okay, Daddy Boot here, that's it. Also pointing on Daddy Boot, we submit to us, Mammy, to say. Radini Dinia, young wedding pa.
But I rather say, the woman need to about to know. That's a need no problem, and it's almost so much in the Burma in the day. A year, so, and Mamma came free and Dr. Yabu Adami, the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice. A year, sir, some of the other together. And they are over for the Gov't that is the country, if I get the country, then complainers maybe are come up with Mr. Baker Baka Vomero Opo Sasana Attorney General Kanopo me dream baby and Tiasi. Opo as the Diana was say, and no do on one, yeah, it needs say a politics. You were Ghana during the reign of former President John Mahama. It could not do so Ghana like 90 minutes for 24 hours. You do some of my do not be good. And before the demonstration, including video night, a friend say, our technique artist the Bray, it's former President John Mahama. The Momo Kwan Momo ye, because not a many Ghana for. It was Ghanaians who were suffering, not NPP, not NDC, but rather it was Ghanaians. In this NPP were power. Let's oppose a new man. Things are very hard in Ghana. A new man. Let's say, go 40% move to a critical awareness to the president. Or second of football. Let's have gonna say, you Ghana. Or mine, no more thing. Or money to put him on cement. Everything is not moving on in Ghana. Not a conformity to democratic awareness through demonstration. And yes, you are demonstration. And yes, someone could do the attempt. Demonstration almost share their unhappiness to the president. As far as new members of Ghana is concerned, I think they should have given them the green light to do this. A demonstration. So, and your donation no more. But the police will guide them. They also the petition, could be the petition. Because no one say no more work at your company, minister, whoever they want to petition. Omamo kanoma koye network. Say omon koye basa. And omon could be the time kofa into Kenya before send the amano. And any idea is subject to the okay. But say over prevent you be say or better or children happiness to the president. Ghana she has Kadimani Kadiamu. I will be our queen say or yes I am here. Attorney General Anopa Bosuo because Oya can go for the right as from one I must say right woman right. So this is no man koye. Now so most person here or yet try to show man said because of money here. The committee said they should give them the note and just protect them. No one never is someone you're not doing. No man penny say and Kadia Ghana, you're not good for or yen no man ye do not cost for the boss of with this woman, you did the mom for your dinner, yeah, and can face the country demonstration in Anopa and committee say and claim that. In the Union, say, you're not kind. Any boss of Ghana for the old in Tinama winning about. In Jomo Maconia, no more demonstration. The medical is uncle to Ayampa. They said they clear they now can last a year now, but 56 of Abbey almost a junior mining and a money more than Shan Kwalau. They are even telling the leaders of this country, moment championing for the and no man could in Kwalankitua. Championing for them put the Omen, championing for the new man could. Nanti kola we kura huze no man ko because they go pay to school fees akola hu because they go school sika ko le papa nse benye bi mano sa so nti akola no fee say nke ni o ma ya nke ko papa be tinya ya ni o ma ye di ama no nti enkola no mo tire penifo say they should be up and doing
okay
ni o ma nye wo Ghana
okay
the player be so say they said they no mean can oba fine ko oba ko fubi obi anyanya obetu kwan akopɛ dina pastor no wa hete no ma be ko yi amano a enti awu adwuma yiko no mo nya adwuma magana ensin pinti da na de ko so ne depo enye kura ne de manu enti
yara CP kwajo boku mahala pomti zen
oba de na dawo ma so mo chingom to ma so da no pe ene so ne ende yanko for the open oye ene de ende so ne guye pa and so ni ma de bo oba de na because the open oye intimacy no obo ma me pa me cha so kuma assemblyman na kwa so ahye ne din ama me se de na se eyi no obo me ne ntam wa mentimi ma bi ne mum no me de ma what me to me bibia eternity there na yi ne be ko so from obo ma me ko me sam so enkraya omo yes no Ghana etin omo peso mutupa obo nyamienu ni pen Ghana da me pa program so me kaza me NPP ni obo ye tu abayiwe 2020 December no anana abida kwa kufado ebe so yiwe no Opo me who then another down for Kufato. I'll be a platform black at this year. Or was I and she said, say, a Macana. And I had down for Kufato, Opo, and many Ukraine. Yet, NCP, Nemo, Nana, or yet, the best step upon. Again, to all some about 57% to the same at time. Because of my writing.
Kwaje say osu nya kwan obetunu nkyere say watu so that is their wish. She said if they are given the opportunity between Ghana and Akwantu there 55% is in kombe tu kwan but nkyere say omoko
the meme better make a bit na na do for Kupato and some way na one day so that there will be a wish to over man to my to woman or my wish to and now more to speak or minimum or my way no more to Quano. I think I that's then another now go Kupato. Last 4 years, 2015 or by an Opo, then a union who said, now near play to open the Ghana too. Now, the stage, Papa answer or lamb fire with a catra, or you went to before you and so much. Opo, Mamina and Granny and a man for here or 2 away, and I named the ma and then another 240 Opo, and the Sabbath power. Sabbath power. Now,
hey, Kwajo na so ono ayo hene ono na yire na maneti on ka so bia emebe ngwala ma no ono ana
awode mi kan te do nta wo nemu me tu ba bia obo ni ya tu ya bo ataka because the humanity pony yare na abe to kunum na ise yemnya ho kabe obo ni se yare fufo bi seba anta minim de America for mo wa me de ba hu e me yi wa the better Ghana yen na ye mo mpaye na yen hwe de Nyankopon e de be kwa kutu na na kwa kufa do po o ma no humre so na o fa Ghana nkoti be bia o no pe do ti ansa no wo fia kuya no o mo ni nyamenya.
Okay, brother Boachi from Worcester to us we are na ba for nso akọ. Brother Boachi Worcester yenko Ibrahim, so what the car free? Anna,
the line drop here. And I'm at a buy. And I drop here.
Okay, my brother,
what day?
Obi also manning you, Obi also be Casadida. Bravo, Chintio.
With the Opo, Ebama, only a big for Edmund Palmoya. What why my tea crew master? What why me a tea crew master? Yes, it me Yadina. If you say Yadina, and a group baby, it's me to Ghana, a binoso, who your mobile would tea supre. I am Grana Semona, my Basokakra. Who say, I am Grana Semon Becan, a woman, dear. And so do baby, a woman can say, a Bible crack can't or seem to do. And you remember changing, I want to have a bar, and we never bar. If you say a GD phone, there some tunes as I'm learning and true. Oh, then Grandma Mobile or Mocassi is here. We are more people, no contragana.
Oh, God.
Who's the name Grano Mobano? No more movie me, I can say.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, to see a Grana Shassia, we have 50 years, I know, Lincoln and them. Then I'm sure about 2 Munyasa. The so movie be and 10. It's my country say, or Munyabo trip. Nay, Barbara, someone what can never do. It's the mistake is say, maybe as a double man and ado. Say, my sister, you see, I should have one person, but police for Omumra, ni here, the as a double man and ado pass, say, and someone can in a toy beer, or Tino the year Juma. No, my boy, and I really am more Ghana, so almost in Yasmin.
Yeah, thank you very much, brother Boachi from Worcester. Yeah, come back to Ghana. But for Israel Asari, upon to say. But for Israel Asari, upon to say. But Jose.
Is it the network in the Kakra?
My into Bavo. We are not Ibrahim are finishing the point. No.
Okay. My mentor, I mentioned you for you and Mamma Basri, my dear Moya. I would say, I dear Bakwa, they come once in a coronation.
Yeah, Child Rights International.
Impassionate. No, calling me, my tragedy, the and the airport, no say to us. And then I know the baby can call them. The kind story be 11-year-old Amoroba. Aqua want to treat him and 30 years. Second, say, one man or man for you, patient, and will be Ghana. I applied 11 years. What I say?
Yeah.
In fact, and this is the way I feel like Nicolana Banana pray, the way they see the word. No, I think it's different from the way we are saying it because I could be less than 15 years piano. Actually, say, Professor Ye, on one Casani own we boss. Now, or that really not that, not that we nothing, we strike 90 body. So now, I call less than 15 years was happening now. How much more they are more than 15 years? And I think that animal we now can they account for that. I'm going to be in a for Ninja. I will phone you about and so the young man to see Papa and Papa can empty a man because they are the only to all the time. Me, the uncle,
yeah.
On the TV, no, how I ever saw your road in an answer for no. Now, okay, news about robbery now. We want to say, nothing as I see the tree. We have to discuss about years, another different convention in 1 or 2 weeks. We can why work on this through the Chinati or more quiet. I don't know. I will for your mighty and said, because no, in the airport is very scary. As a matter of fact, make us say scary and Amewu. And it's
so you think it is the reason why 55% wants to travel abroad? Or it's just that the fact that a human your mind pneumonia and the kids feel say growing up no munya.
I think the children are becoming overambitious. That is what I think. One, Ghana, I won't set them here. I can't say many have. You will need to one capacity or monster and your mojima. Who the Ghana normally? Who should be or you can? How you could go from all year, or Peter Kuku, a case I would know. Who be satisfied they don't make a because we say PIA. Your one does not your wife, you don't recognize it as a Juma or Ghana. It's a white color job. And also, so is not going to help us. So, I was saying to be a young son of Juma more because the young son of Juma at the end of the day, when you are here to take this day, multiply it by a week, 5 days of the course of my say 250. By the close of the month, I don't know if it's almost 1,000 Ghana cedis. There are some things described in 1,000 Ghana cedis, but some also in your crowd quantity. What I say? But because of saying you may say any upon your humanity and that is what is killing us. And I think
hello, Bavo. Oh, Bavo line I drop. Bavo line I drop. Okay, my main pick Ibrahim now so yeah you point and my mean you. Hello, Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Oh, too bad. I think, sir. What really went on? Ibrahim, album design. Hello, Ibrahim. Too bad. The phone it's just messing up sometimes. Has a bit to me and we might also this time around now. Nanka Ibrahim na kasa, but Ibrahim line I'm saying I breaky. Balfour was the first person now kasa, and then we had some issues with Balfour's line and Ibrahim na doing it. So Ibrahim no the kasa now so a point to be a person makey. Monfancha me lines na drop here. TT everybody there were 5 people already on the line. All the calls dropped, but 3 are back on. Ibrahim finish your point in my quickly because nobody kasa. Now I'm picking other callers now. Ibrahim Motonka, yeah, Ibrahim Metonka, Antikasa, my into.
Hello.
Ibrahim Meteo Nkakasa. Ibrahim, no, dede wachi opa. There's too much noise. Okay, go ahead, Kasa. Bacho Kasa Nintio.
The American say, Ghana problem in MPP. Ghana, you need problem here. You talk about my MPP here, you need problem. But Ghana, for Nanka,
you talk about my MPP, you need problem here.
You need problem. So MPP is Ghana problem.
Oh, so we are sure.
Ghana problem MPP. No, I'm a catcher.
Oh, okay.
You see Dino. You see Dino. Now, you foundation come, no more no more can only take how we get a photo of mining to them. Let me make photo. And I'm going to use free mining because the same your problem with Ghana. Come here. Come in, you need to be a minor against them.
Okay.
We have to show mining. Oh, I'm going to mining to say. And you're MPP then.
Ibrahim, Yadasi, because you already on our number ending 54 Mbacho Maminti Uyana Raman Kono Lumaiko 548085 Mbacha Hoya.
I don't for how to file.
I would file a mind too.
For the Edica, my member of Australia, Jumadina, we go American, my dear, call my gun and coupon share on your casino to come. That's my gun. I'm going to see a argument for you. I'm in church. I'm out there. I know American. And in the for them in Chemi college in Naraman or Mefusla in any African president. Nema Kosovo Ghana. Course, you read in Ghana for 51% and 50% enjoying common on it. No, my thing. And another we see Obama Papaliaba, yet Sikaso, and a Condia, Uba Busia, over Ghana, over see one district, one party, one village, one dam, Zongo Development Fund, 1 million per constitution, would be about the Sikabesa Ghana for Botum, not Ghana for Alco Solai, Atuaba, Edaman and Nadu, Opo, Nado Baya, Young Juman Ogunu, Bangisa Wagunu. Importers and exporters, every business is our money in a group. In the market, I try and talk economy and a group in the corruption. Actually, oh my God, what would push less than 200 billion? No hospital, no roads, no schools, no nothing. Beyond no equation. She came out and Abusian Chendi United. We are MPP near in the Ghana for whom. Ever then a Ghana phone to call. You now. Kukurie security sunya ye kunkumye ye kokana IGPC cram ewo babia every na binyo na do liba wunya and cash ajano no mu ye do mo pay because vigilante group na shata de Ghana for MPP for mo amukum Ghana for ni na MPP na do Dr. Mahmoud Gawnya and cash ni MPP pay for ni na omuni mo hobi so omuni mo hobi akomuta na mu no munyi IGP le wunu ba na so omuni mo hobi no the IGP
Thank you, Audu. Thank you very much. I'm Raman to us. We are no Lumansoko.
No opponent now, the commander of A Commander 1. I'm sure now, make sure now the file and I'm know my first line. I'm chairman up to prepare Manucho, can't just have a channel. Fish now, fish now. Kaja saya omani bina mutami da metalasu pa pompano fish. Kaja manucho saya omani bina na me fanye lasu na mi fanye.
Na fish the better na manucho the fish free ha bro. We fresh fish. Fresh fish there. Etimba. Opo ma mi cha na the chami na manucho na membo abasumi ajuma na mi cha NDC chairman ya papa na so gomo bi o bia me chal na ko bonka no na jumatunya jumadia o bo na America ma mu opo ya si ende o hwe akọtu na enkwalapa na obe opo ya kura na ye pifo kura no
Kenya yiri amano krana kabana ya sure manu sase opo ebi ameno kazesia mama obi asusu obi tebu so ho na midina na metikinbia tambra na mama na school na ma ba ekọ ni nyina ne abebe so na ma kakra da kwhwe me yere ne memba na ma tuma tua me school fees by 18 o man ma 18 ba opo na pay na na ganko akufuado be pi o man kika kono almost na oman Ghana awuhia ekoso and the fool la yesu the pure man kika kono get ho and man there is security boss and man there opia for tua no da pa o se obi no fa for tata no agene kakra fini sam e bata na e haki ni na ne aduma e no man no udiri kakama pendini that promises so that my God, my God, my God. That can't do not go for 2 years. And that is the man or what? In Catadio is about to. And Mato, you know, I am conform, could train no more. I was to carry. I could train no more to work for a saloon. And the time for funding in our town. And the time for funding in our more Majima. And the time for watching to watch and be beer. Who put the speaker one who's close to all come for the bonnet. What's not for the bonnet? Yes, threat. Ma penini ọmọ ti ma ntọ ọmọ inú na gbọgburu ni nya atuma yẹ na ọmọ ntini se ọmọ inú ẹnyẹ saa bia jẹnẹrẹ bia de sùgbọ ẹnọ bọ mi ọpọ NDC òbíà ní ọbẹ tí ma kẹ kasa bọ ahyẹ yẹm yẹm ẹnna yẹ soso no òbíà ní ọbẹ tí ma kasa mẹyẹ nkasa nti yẹ papa ni sẹ gbẹnsa yi ni ọnkọ baabi a nnẹ ẹnkọ baabi a tẹnɛ ẹnna atọm sẹ waka no waka.
Raman Yadaso Tamaso, thank you very much, Raman. Oluma Pom design. Radio Miss me what the my intel.
You are coming to the papa and solve the no story. I'm shining there. Namentia, the papa, Chama Kodoago. Opumamentia Ghana Ponina, Moa Quantum. Opomisi so adia. Any money so ya kwantu adia any money so kra no gibie say niam part to man na telephone na dey ano to niam yi a e bia phone so ya me ton kaka betimi dia edi me was that di no party me respect obi a wo fu o man ma kwakwate obi man so ti obi wo agote na say bia o sende obi bia na mo bompa ya masani pass na akupon be ma no ahoden no man we na pia kwashia sam so biara mu you know why because of who Ghana that please fear wo nti mo wa goche na ana anytime be bompa ya mamo etimi obi amenka omo akwanto ya ni sukra to obi sukwana ya komsheni Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam eche ya kwanya ye be kandini ewo Islam mu se bia ye be imam no ye dini kon ni kon mienu na prayer opo ye we di kon mienu enne a omo de ka efere sei omo de ka Quran no so omo nne no pa ye hwe ni kon mienu omo tenten no omo tietia se pa ye hwe di kon mienu obi a wotu kwan da ni kon mienu mo bi bia ye pa de tato kwa ne obi a wotu kwan da wono ne de ne kandini ade ntira because otu kwa no enema wokwa hu na kwantuo mu no chefe Kandi pano wo experience bebria wo de ni di nema ni bibia ni mo a obetina edina oba Islam ni be imam a ya fata nema ni na ya hwena mo bibia ya pa ni ya hwe obi a watu kwan pen ni de nasi e fe ne say imam eti obi wa kwanto mu a aya na misuma nti se no obi o Ghana ha opo bi ti medina be 500 million na wo de your connection kwa so be kwa brutire 500 million. If you are Ghana, when your connection say brutire one who come, a bit of that one thing. A bit of that one thing, and so for any be able to follow because your situation of my Ghana, you Africa, you penny follow. 77, we agreed on we are selfish. Me, you will be a free. You penny for me agreed, selfish. Or politics are here. The politics are here in Ghana. Then can the last time NDC penny be cry upon some years I call way out from 2002 between there. Penny friends told my maybe a office. Now no what kind of cap up in Ghana. Every other soul my day.
And the time for your queer woman or woman positions area. Nobody positions inside fire again. Over the positions so inside the year never be a win here. Over the positions it is over to Ghana. I know her situation where now was then I'm assuming 2 points. If you empenyo for no more of my Ghana muno, mean you change yadwa, you empenyo for in general, or when you so send the common sense. Yes, the common sense is not common to common people. Or when you so common sense, if you are we here, so we MP our position, we MP our power, we are president, your position be a crabia, so our offices are hold or not go hefa. When you so when you say you pan and do what now on them. It's in Kabi, woman, them so be born with idea. So when we are singing Sikakrana, head and Opo, Ubeja Wako. So what means I didn't say, who bring a real can have a job. Now we are walking so some year in our phone. It's us and I didn't have a one. It's the principal statistical who you start, I didn't Opo, young Conco high play fun and TV, my bra, over Coco says in the Opo, and so for when you no. Baby, a book of school down with no school down a crack here, a year boost and pay your money. Then say, baby, crazy, I say, yeah, kind of fossil, and the cocoa. The other say, I'm a kind of country, Yaman Kwan, can you put in a group? And she am paying for no with the animal, and you greedy only a surface. Okay, surface no way and now money of credible. It's in a man that gun over the house and I'm a small crowd. I will see all those on and I want to know or enough of. Some can't bra my brewa, Mamma, and over to know him okay, would have a whole tom or one tom. Mubenya, then comes some more fear, then comes some more fear because any fear. Now, so Uba or Kakana or the Bebano. One now cut over 2 months class our Ghana, Yamia Bobo was there now. It's in Penny in Yamapo to Kwama. What about you on a more back? A cram on the Bebano. What was me about baby, Yama, young Shawano? No, what can I get the neighbor? Yeah, at the edge. Common sense. You use common sense or mine. You don't quit anymore for me that way.
Oluma yazo dasi nana ba nkuma na metwadino anana still anyawa. Yeah, na de me hu number 4894 na me try. Apom ti say. Erade adum ye ho ye chia Pantan Government Hospital for now on crime. Some crime boko there. What the Honorable Minister we nyame pam baby out here wo de oti baby me boa. Okay, my auntie they also the boy ojumedi.
Hello, for me here we clear for ni na Honorable Minister so ni tia no pa. Ojo so. I contribution kakra you to know what we ombetu kwai. Yeah. Omu so omu kwa yezuma na so mu tu kwa because see ano you to na ba no for we are lazy. Obi mpese obeye juma mi enu kura wo hake. Ope abindie. Abindie no so ye fana. Anopa e wo so ko juma be 7:30 be born my kra no nkoi. Otifie But no, me bisa say, what are the leaders doing? Don't we have leadership? Can we crack the whip? That's na adia bakwa omampeni abedi achiri Dr. Mahmoud Baumia obetna kunwa so start here ya na manage ho power start say or visiting ministries no but just 9-day wonder. It just ended abruptly. And na Ghana no te say wuka say ya for adwuma yes 37 no aba 9. No consequence. Nothing happens. It is a system no because nipa be up freedom. I always say this when you learn psychology. I think Mami about you know this. Every human being is selfish. Obi up freedom. Obi a lazy. Nipa be a kasa o ontre fie netu anka kro obi a that is human nature. We have to put checks and balances. Mpenimfo na kasa so and yet the right thing so they cannot control their subordinates. That's the biggest problem. I say na over ya jumandia any problem. Ana ahano you don't say because secondary school say yeah say we are born here punishment punishment
yeah
and yeah the fear opportunity about agriculture and to use amakoya
even the research I think 71% is say the agriculture crowd the full year there they won't do it in the research we'll give a detailed report yesterday we'll break the report down tomorrow
Anka yetumi more agree na. Anka do whatever.
But Nanaba on say, onye ninsu say, sometimes the way a Ghana, you see categorize and crop for on say Uba America ha, farmers are one of the richest people in this country. Oh, said you see a queer for Ghana, the perception we have for the as we queer Ghana, Sebi, unye nipa, wabon, went me and school, we are outcast. Say the way we perceive certain vocations, certain occupations, and also
you're training,
yeah.
But secondary school, I don't yet the man.
I don't until names okay. And Mincho and then a namiti yapiki Peace FM news na efa. Na yapiki na akwasi ago abu ajemo asema okay ya ana no kasa Ghana obi ko school secondary school exams no de wanya de ana e man ko technical school de wanya de ana e man ko technical school so kom ha no the best students go to the technical school to become engineers, to do this, to do, you know, into Ghana, no, as I say, a rebranding and your my education system. On say, oh, say, yeah, cry time, no, say, SS, no, mobile visual arts, no, not just na bon, na because we are best student, either so science. That's why I did science. I did science because me idea, me once one. You see, into your perception, and yet. As a son, you might be yet near rebranding your ma obi a Greek you muno be a quenya what Ghana on count.
Yeah, reforms, better educational reforms. Honestly, you and that idea.
Because Mamma Nkwalaya ye blame woman. So if you learn sociology and psychology, Nkwala suya adie from environment. Akwala biya. Enti na ya wo yen fufu ya better America kra pe fufu ni ampecie even though we adapted to culture fufu na wabam no but there ye de tete we de twa fufu no ntimi nwane mfiri ho enti nkwala sua from their environment enti nkwala from 5 to 17 years ye interview them what they see and what is around them and not definitely and on beka ho asem so I think say omom ka so na nkwala na ompeso mutu kwan ni ade because of what they are seeing in the country oh mami abala na drop very unfortunately na me peke minu abema osmosis what menga hello osmosis usta for mo fra na mo ja grocery store na mo to ade mo ya mo se efa Ghana fo jamo osmosis mba what menga mami abala na drop osmosis menga.
Yeah, me too, Uncle.
Mbacho maminti wa pomti saying. The one and only osmosis. You can't say define osmosis. I bet media. Urenfi. You can't say define udina osmosis. I'll be kai. Urenfi.
Oh yeah, bekai.
Okay, osmo maminti odi na de boaj medi.
$10.
But
I put them in card here, but I mean,
Kasa itu $10 abam $10 abam to the Kasa itu. Yati say $10 abam Kasa itu.
Hey, Ankasa, Unity Radio, Yabane Yaba, ba Yawa. Who say man no day? Man day Ankasa. Unity Radio. Yabane yaba ba yawa. Bravo ne kan yo. Say ensem Paulo mo ne frɛ ku. Upe ensem ko twiko bata atie dia. Ene unia. Tie Unity Radio. Worcester, United States of America.
Sir, Osmosis, one for me time ni nyina na original store na dey to ade na at the same time you want to talk.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
$10 no. $10 now. Adie $10 now toy. Yes, you be charge you bet to say $35 because what for time na. But before that, na ba nkuma. Na ba kasa o free fin cry when you na ne line drop into mani you na to audience so. Na ba finish your point no.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. Because the reforms. Educational reform, we must develop vocational skills. So,
yeah.
You see, one kwam ma who nyan to
yeah.
And what hard labor and then hard labor. I mean, most of them are lazy because they don't clean their ideas for themselves. And you can't even clean your own house because your kids you hard labor. And certain things do according they are just living all around.
Yeah.
And we reform. We need to reform the nation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And I tell you for what 95%, they have it at the back of their mind, so they will do whatever it takes to travel. Outside.
Yeah. And I was very I was very astonished to say, okay, say even your nurse in your Panta government hospital, and now okay, say even medical field no krobia pe kwanye tu.
Oh, the and more are on their way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nana.
And more are on the way. If you're coming down, what's the
that's you better watch watching.
Me enjoy my day.
Oh, my me wa hen.
Me wa me wa me say wa ha.
Oh, no wa hen no about nchen.
No. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, ma. Apom ti say. Yeah, that's ma. Man, na who wa hen na ba so aba na ni agi. Who wa hen?
Na owo eduma ku bisi ase na me ti omra kakra.
Oh, okay. That's very nice of you. And go have some time with your mom. Na yentu aso watching na me adma why. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Our only lady caller on the show, Yininu Granana Bankuma from Government Hospital, Accra, Pantine. Osmosis, Yentiwe.
Yeah,
Yamiadum, what $10 Awama Ebi, Bibiaboko.
Chelsea for
Papa, Ekoyepa. They say more there. Omo Mujai Chelsea Nina. They say Oberham desk swa. Oberham desk swa ye review. Obi a reason ti or the call any the entire oba back ti review ni nyina ansa na yaji eti so baba bo amekra because Adorson reapplications now Dawson mama reapply to be part of Chelsea because they left for one or two reasons na Dawson papa there's oba ebi mu see they left because of Mourinho. Ebi mu nso say na Frank Lampard the oye no mu buafu ebi mu nso say na ye pampam coaches ebi a whole lot of reasons and they say they almost team ni mu aye deche team bia wo England to omo ba but ye reevaluate wa ye hwa time my team ni kwa ahohiahia o reason nya tangible pa na ye ntimi nyu ma na ye because the time aho kire ba ya ahohiahia ba na oni ye ni abere dia na wo betie di da bi ti ye hwehwem ebi musi Mourinho koye na hwe omo nti omo saa no de unza Mourinho became the icon of the club nti eno saa no eno kra no you betumi am omo probation because not just all support to personality in your team no now support so but we are reviewing all those nti applications no do so pa
yeah me ban ya fix say yeah na na me tie wo konfo mo efrefe eni ade say you know, person ba
yeah.
But that's how you were yeah. In Ghana, 1980s, 90s, 2000s. I mean, like, we have to point.
Yeah.
So, and yet, this time now for 4 person to point, you person to point. And 10 years time, 20 years time, still are you fit to point about you.
Yeah.
Because system knows the way it's here. Over and it's in such a way that they are moving to Kwan. You know, and yet a mama won't remove this current government.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
No, we are not blaming the current government. We are only looking at how we can reform the country because I say we can't you to we children. Sanka you to cry the anka omunya 17 years and Child Rights International yes survey and nkwala no mo cancer so within the next 20 years omo D20 within the next 20 years omo ntana Ghana into we crowd the youth omo ni 18 cry none of them eti enon my who say your future na bleak
if Nkwala within the next 20-30 years won't be really Ghana, say they don't want to stay in Ghana there, then we need to talk, we need to have a conversation and see what we need to do. Ebini yeka reformations ne ade ne education system ne the way I rebrand the adwuma bi or Ghana ne certain category of people. Once a Ghana you fit any gra if it's a bon. What was our perception? Yeah, perception on one you maybe one year we are in an America say me minim say also it was the same with your time. We call SS now you visual art not just a mono bon.
Right,
yeah. So
because me also high school, my high school,
Aha. So we are at as I would only that and would your bone as our own count. You see your perception need the way education system I think we need a reform. We need educational reform. We need a whole lot of reforms in Ghana.
Right.
Research over 80% is essentially farming there. You be some your mom chance on your farming yeah. Now even university graduate, Ghana, Omoko Skuma Bununi Adia Mukosua, Mikasa, Nancy, President Kufota Mamode, horticulture, and Ayine, Yamaniama Bibri by Crano. You know, Obian Peso Bay, near Satam near me, mammy, my scarcrass, Opeso Yabia Bay, on say a perception on things, Intina Mamia Beka, white collar jobs, Obiaya by a Juman Yubuno. Right, we are buying Juma. Oh, we are Juma Ghana Education Service. Oh, we are Juma Forestry. We are Juma. We are buying Juma. You see, that is where the society feels because the private sector and other sectors are also discover na you look down on them. Your perception on and yet.
Right. And for my main kasa about trend that me who trend be a post for Ghana.
Yeah.
Second term beyond of ETA term, second term beyond. Now opposition for no started and a government now you see and a comedian and I say there's almost I say almost so power. Now what they were doing wrong when I put front by no matter the same thing. It's time I say almost think tank group to be Ghana almost check government checks and balances.
Yeah.
Any government to be over because it seems that I say recycling
Nasaba, yeah.
Today, sir, NGT way episode Muja because almost started here the country no near it. NPP was also no Mahama second term no.
Let my vote count.
So these are the things I think which is the Ghana part I think in your third party here. You follow doors, not just checks and balance. No, check because it seems that
and the earlier part of the show, meaning say near pick a course no somewhere. So we know we tryna make us say you been involved so just like you are saying, who Ghana problems only when they are in opposition. So right. Need power no who Ghana, dog Ghana. They care about Ghana. They care about the press of Ghana. NDC for just like you said, and a lot of stories are now discussing. Meanwhile, care about Seglemi housing project and Anadu Majatuwa. Mahama was granting an interview on it. See. And then I was saying, and yet I agree. Say, Ghana it has to be utilized by the people. But this same Mahama was government when 500 military hospital Kufosta T was abandoned. Housing project Kufosta T was Sokore Mampo Miamedi Mani Koshe was abandoned. So but why is Mahama now realizing say and yes say a buying project Ghana Sika taxpayers money in the he's saying the right thing. But why didn't he also do same when he was in government and he was the president? You see the problem we have? Oh, same things, just like you're saying. Nanado now can say Mahama second term. Nanado see Tisikaso come the Ghana a problem, ye bad leadership. Ye will sika any say here Sika say Irana. So I totally agree with you. All the omu oppositioner. And who say, oh, Ghana a problem. But as soon as they gain power,
then they forget about the problems. Omo opposition and normal propelling nice solutions. Normal making kaya chere na toya kumaso na toya adwinim, and they will believe that no, this is the right person. As soon as they are sent to the throne, no solutions in ako. Oh guys, yo, when you are opposition, is different from being in power.
Right. No man, as I said, Ghana. For us, a 10 year retrogress after your question. You got, I said, all day long, so, you're paying for your routine and our several years to bear school.
Yeah. Just abro any person min kuminya chrono no munyina mo boying both say asamna no aka nka Ghana. If we had a third party and if it's possible nka that is the best, because NDC MPP they are all killing us. Masa MPP and NDC they are all killing us. We are killing us.
And then na me ready to be omo Ekoyi bridge be or Bon German district bridge be. No make attention. Where is the MP for the area? Where is the assemblyman for the area?
They only come to the people when they need power. Omunya power ni we are nasa. Just in feel nine is happy do no makai say yenzan ko chirkrum na enko power and free crofo ne ho. Omuji we are no mo de akotran kran. They don't think about the people who give them the power not to do things for them, to make lives easy for them. That's what they do. Eti osmo yam siane to aso nyame admo china time na so apa ho 10 minutes ko for news.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, busuan ya de musi ya kai mu se yenu aba ohima na yi no se the medical kan no e ba so memenda we ya ewo Amenia Cultural Center. Eti mama yensha no so na yenkota yenu aba ohima echi na enye fefe assemblyman so yiri Salome so yene ba so memenda we SD sorry dem ho baby omo program no 7 to 12 and ohima de ne ye assemblyman de ne 8 to 12 and yenu aba ohima de ne koso Amenia Cultural Center no 7 to 1 am. Dress code ni na ye pe black and red, so that fits in well for everybody. Ti free here now ko ha mama nyina said de bia ye no yen kire odo na enye fefe because oyonko dano that I always say this. It's yensha no so yenu abema Jonado ye ma oni yenu aba ohima yako ye ba nyame yadoma memenda abe time ochi na ya ye mama eyi fefe Salome onso papa opani apia ya ma oni assemblyman yako memenda nyame yadoma be ba abe time ochi na bibia so etumi akonkan yenka etiefo biu se Apostle General Sam Kranchankra visitation is still on course July 22nd to 25th Royal House Chapel, Massachusetts. Nti shanon so we jumadi kese a esese upebre na osu tumi baby yademu ko ne akokofa news no de abramo peace 104.3 nyame yadum after the news programs aka ni nyina so yade beto am so medidi no opoku jamfi wetumi afrem opo national meni manuchu Magandi na di jumadi
tu se wo be sa baby we se no wo ba we so de ba na to so yehu anajo no tu anwea no